Hi, good morning. Good morning, we're live. It looks like they've just started. And there's no XG feed. 3, 2, 1. Okay, comes up to the 21. Tim, I think, should hit with this 2. Or could do this. I didn't see that. But I think I might have hit with the 2 instead. That will make the 5. Double 5, he's forced into making 2 points. It's not too bad, but he really wants to get those back checkers, the 2 checkers on the 22, out of there. Tim's got a burgeoning blitz. Yeah, with the 1, there's nothing better than unstacking. Oh, someone's drawn a cross. I see, I get it. There's a cross by Tim's name. So first quarterfinal between the two. We've got 3 others. Marcus and Sebastian, Johan and maybe Fernando, and Tanner and someone else. But I think I've got those wrong. So he's got 5 to play, should just come down. I think. It doesn't seem like he would have a 5 to play. I think he would have played it by now. Okay, it's 5-4 from the back. I thought he was coming in from the bar. That looks okay to me. 6-3 can run off the anchor, but it looks cocked. And that's an agreed cock by Oliver. 2-3 is just going to hit and go to the 8 point. Putting that checker back where it belongs. Still not solving the problem of escaping the back checkers. So he's back on the anchor. Unstacking is probably good for Oliver. I mean, it is good. But Tim's going to have to unstack and dismantle the mid. Nothing else. It's not a good roll because it leaves 6-1, 5-2, 4-3 to hit, which will be big hits because it enables Oliver to escape from the 21-point anchor, but that's going to block in all of Tim's 6s. So how is Tim going to get out? Is he going to run? I think he's going to run if this is a 5-4. He immediately moves the checker. I don't doubt that I would do the same. I'm going to get up the chat. How about that? So just running there is very good because we kept talking about the back checkers, and lo and behold, you can make a move that gets one of the checkers out. And even though it leaves a shot on the mid, just trying to pull up the chat, you got to take what you're given. Why is it not? Okay, I'm going to assume we're streaming, but I can't find it. So Tim's on the bar. I think Oliver's thinking about cubing. So it's pretty solid cube. I mean, I wasn't intending to say the word solid. I was going to say I'm pretty certain it's a cube, but I think I dialed it back because I didn't want to be wrong. But I'm not sure it's a take. And Tim passes, and I would. I would consider passing. Actually, I was going to say, I keep changing at the last minute what words are going to come out of my mouth, but so I'm not certain it was a pass. But I'll go with Tim. Another 5-1. I think that's what Oliver started, or Tim might have started with last game. So Oliver takes a quickie little 1-0 lead. Double fours just up and down. I think second best roll. 4-2's tip. Tim's reasonably happy to make the 4 point. Although what he really wants to do is he wanted to roll a 4-3 and make the 20 point. So Oliver's not displeased that Tim rolled 4-2. That just puts another one on the... Oh, why is he moving that? Just puts another one on the 6 point. She's taking it back, but I don't think he's going to find anything else. I'm just thinking, how bad would it be to play 2 to the mid and leave a shot? I don't think it's right, but I don't think it would be that bad. This is where you want to roll a 6-5 as black. 6-1, he just makes the bar. So he's with the 4-2 and 6, similar roll to the 4-2. He does something, but he didn't really gain that. It makes his position pretty, and he makes new points, but it's not really what he needs to do in the position. Always concentrating on what we need to do in the position, which is, well, in this instance, it's Tim needs to escape those back checkers and make an advanced anchor. Not that that's not often the case, but it is here, particularly because Oliver's got the 20-point anchor. Anyway, 6-5. Looks right to me, this play where if you hit with the checker from the 6 point, then you get more men in the zone, you get more diversity. It looks a bit strange to play 13-7-6-1, but when you finish the move, you end up with a man on the 7 point, whereas if you hit on the 2 points, you don't end up with a man on a 7 point, and the man on a 7 point can end up being an attacker for you, stroke builder. So you're kind of always looking at this play. I'm not 100% sure what's right. I've got to make quick decisions while I'm commentating. It's not the same as being able to just think and play, but this is certainly one of the moves that you consider in this situation. This is more compact and safer. Maybe this is better because what he can argue to himself is that when the 13-2 all the way works, then his position is compact. If he gets hit, for example, he's got the nice 9-8, 6-5 configuration. Anyway, he goes for the other play. Tim's obviously going to hit and come up to the 21. There's no consideration of turning down the hit here. The only downside to this play is that it keeps the back checker and the 23 point primed on 6s. That's like a minor consideration. So Tim will need 5s and 3s to escape those back checkers. 1-4 is just, I think, going to come up to the 20 point because that gains, you get value from doing that. Even though you leave the checker on the 7 point vulnerable to being hit by 5s and 3s, it can be missed. Have you gained that much by playing 7-3? Not an enormous amount. So that kind of solves the problem of this checker play. 4-1's going to hit. Five deuce. You're probably going to keep the solid 4 prime. I mean, I can't see the stream, so I don't know if it's working or not. I would hit on the 4 point for sure. Again, when you get hit, what you're always considering is, okay, you leave more shots, I think, just about. But when you get hit, your position is much more solid, much safer. Whereas when you play 9-7, when you get hit, you've destroyed your structure. So Anyway, Tim keeps hitting, so he's going to hit and come out. Just like with the 3-1, the 3 he was pleased to come up. So the 6 is that kind of thing where he's going to come out and just get the checkers free. So I know Tim's deliberate, but I'm not. Being very deliberate. I don't see there to be any reason why you would play 13-7. So if you play the checker from the back, it'd be nice to have like a. Oh, it's double 4. That's why, and I would do the same. I think. So he's going to have to come in on the 22 and play 20-15. You can't hit because there's just so many checkers back, and it's going to be difficult to make more points when you've got loads of checkers back. Tim's just going to make an easy 13-7 play. Not particularly bad or particularly good, but and that gets one of the checkers something but from the back, either 22-16, 15-13. I think I favour that actually. There's other possibilities. So you really want to get the back checker moving, I think, all the way as far as possible. So if you do that, then you have to play 15-13 with the 2. Which he did do. I think that's, not think it is another double 4, but it's funny because even after this roll, I'm not sure how many cubes a fan might be worth considering cubing, but I think it would be an easy take. Having said that, changing my mind, I'm allowed to. So the 4 is obvious. I mean, I'm not sure what he's thinking about. This could possibly be a cube, but I stand by the take. I think it's like easily takeable. What I'm thinking now is the 4 is like specifically 4-3. If Tim rolls 4-3 and points on the checker on the 3-point, it can be quite strong for Tim. Does that on its own justify thinking about doubling? I don't know. No, you can't hit. You can't hit, even though there are men bearing down on the. Bearing down on you, and you want to deny your opponent their full roll. One, you're not desperate to deny your opponent full roll. 2, if you do, you leave all 4s, that's 15 shots, plus 2, 6, and 3, 5. That cannot be right. I don't think so. This is going to make an easy. And now the take is. I mean, it's still a take, I would think, but it's just. It's like a take pass decision that you have to be tricked um, into making a mistake on. Okay, so he was just deciding he was going to pass anyway. I don't get that. What was that? I'd be very. I don't think. I think if he just plays. If he just plays quietly, I think. I'm not even sure how cubable the other position is. So he steals a point, I think. So 4-1 is either 13-8 or 24-23. And I think it depends on the 24-20, 24-23. I think it depends on the score. Also depends on my mood. And I think 8-3 is possible as well. Okay. He's going to run and probably not be cubed. Actually, he might be cubed at 6-8, 6-8. So maybe my first read was right. It looks a little bit thin for Oliver. I have microphone issues again. Hopefully that fixed it. I'm trying. Oh, he rolled 6-5. He had two men back. Okay, so Tim is going to go for the 15 and 10. I think it's important to safety the checker on the 15, so I would certainly give consideration to doing this. And I'm going to assume it's right because Tim played it quite quickly. So race looks reasonably close, which argues for playing 24-22. So coming up to that white spot there. And the one, I suppose, 6-5 could play 8-7. So Tim just wants to contain this last checker. That's going to help him. But if Oliver can roll like double four, well, double four is blocked. If he can roll 4-5-6-3 or anything that comes out into the outfield, he will do so. So 8-6, 8-7 with the last three ones. So Tim's like not there, but he's closing down on the cube. He'd love to make the 9 point, but it just leaves too many dangerous game-winning shots for Oliver, so he can't do that. So here, well, Oliver can make the 4 points, so maybe that decides which move he's going to make because it's so strong to make the 4 point. But I think that Oliver would have liked to come up to the 20 point as well. Again, faced with this horrible decision now, he might have to just hit loose because if you play safe, it's just difficult. So I think if I'm going to not play safe, I'm not going to make the 9 point because that just doesn't leave you in a winning position. But 13-3 semi does. I just think this is a play that he's going to have to make, but he's right to just sort of think about it and delay it, just to check. I mean, look how bad and drastic it is to play two checkers to the 2 point. It would be very difficult. So Oliver's not, that 4 prime isn't moving anywhere. So it'll be very difficult for Tim to bring his position home if he plays two checkers to the 2 point. No, he makes the play that I don't understand. So is he winning? Am I wrong? Is he winning after he does this? Perhaps the race isn't as. So how is he doing in the race? 83, 113. Okay, maybe he is doing okay. 80, 87, 91, 17, 123. So he's 14 pips up after the roll. Is that right? So why is Oliver coming up? 40, 59, 83. No, he's not. 6 pips up. So I'm still wondering whether or not that was the right thing to do when you're only 6 pip up and 6 pips up. But now looking at it again, it could well be a cube. But then the fact that Oliver's got such a strong board makes it difficult. So Oliver's just going to run. I think Oliver's 4 pips down. I don't know. I can't see a stream, but if someone has my messenger, can you just send me a message that you can see the stream? Because I don't think there is one. Just a close race. I'm not going to count again. They both got almost symmetrical positions on the 6, 5, and 4 point. So Tim's 2 checkers on the 2 point, although he's advanced by 2 pips relative to Oliver's 2 checkers on the 3 point. He doesn't actually gain anything because of that. So you would consider that a classic case of wastage. So 1 off. Tim's got 6, 10. He's got 1 off. I don't know where he put the checker, unless he's got another one stacked up on the. Lucy do for Tim's 59. 60s, 1 pip up. It looked like it was very close. Another double 4. So he's 17 pips up. I would have played 5-1 with the last one. And now he's 11 pips up, so it's just going to be a pass. Possibly. Although the gap on Tim's 4 point is germane. Looks like a pass to me. So Tim goes 2-1 up. The lovely man. I'm nothing without the chat. I just don't think it's being. I don't see a stream. I really don't. You know what? I don't see a stream. Unless it's on another channel. Another 5-1. 3-2, 5-1, double 5. It's just going to come. Very happy to anchor, so Tim can start priming. He's not going to be attacked, so he can concentrate his efforts on building a prime. But he can also possibly attack that checker. He can do both. 6-4 just makes the 4. Now Oliver just wants to escape because he's just in danger of both being attacked and primed. So his thoughts are just playing 24-18. Okay, maybe it's a bit wild to do that. I still think I would consider it. Because I'm a bit worried about being hit with a 5. Like any random 5 allows my opponent, Tim, to unstack. So he's going to do that. How bad or good is this scenario for Tim? And therefore, how bad is it? How good is it for Tim? Therefore, how bad is it for Oliver? And therefore, thinking about whether or not it was worth coming off the 24 to try and get safe. But then I might not be seeing the race correctly at all. Maybe if Oliver was behind, then okay, whoa. He definitely shouldn't be doing that. He shouldn't be doing that. He's got to hit. It's such a good use of the 5. There's a checker languishing there on the 11 point that Tim can pick up. So obviously it's 4s pretty much. I think usually I would just play safe here. That could well be better. It's just a tendency of mine to do that, but maybe he needs the diversity. 3-1 just makes the 5, I think. Pretty much automatically. Without thinking about the consequences, you just see that you visually can make the 5, unless you really need to check. The double 5 does everything. 1, 2, 13, 8, 11, 6. Looking cubable, just trying to like get a handle on the situation. So Tim should probably come in on the 22. Well, he should come in on the 22. I'm not sure if I would. Okay, and then do that. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't see that. I'm not sure if I would cube as Oliver. I probably would, just because I can roll one of the combinations that point, and that's enough, I think, at this score with the blot. So I'm surprised he's just not taking a little bit more time. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not a double, but I think it is. As in, I'm not very confident either way. So this kind of thing, I think if he fans, it's probably it's a market loser. But if he came in, maybe it wasn't. So then that would argue against doubling there. So I. You have to hit a thing. You can't just come out and let your opponent hit you. So again, there's some jeopardy for Oliver. Those 3 blots. Tim comes in and hits. So Oliver's happy that he didn't. He's a happy camper that he didn't choose to cube. I'm a bit uncertain. So there've been a few decisions which I haven't gone with, like Oliver's 3-4 and then passing in the first game or the second game or wherever it was. That 3-1 is enormous, by the way. But Oliver comes back. He's going to have to double hit. I mean, it's not a bad number, but you don't want to have the jeopardy of having the loose checker on your 3-point because being hit back is really bad. So now what's going on? It seems like Oliver can cube, but I don't love the position. Maybe people are thinking, oh, this is an easy pass, but it could be. But what if Oliver rolls a 2-1 or a... Well, other than 2-1, so if he covers... I guess Tim's going to pass, but I'm not sure about the pass. I find the pass suspicious. Yeah, we weren't... Anyway, Tim took... Okay, so he's with me. I would have found... I would have erred on the side of taking for sure, not even erred. Tim's always got that lovely open 4 spot to come in on. Well, you might want to stay back, but I don't think there's any thoughts about doing that because you can win a gammon anyway without having to hit that loose checker on the 12 points. Okay, well, he can just go, he can just play to the 16. Maybe it is because this leaves 4-6 anyway. And I think we're about to get a transcription in here, which would be nice. Oh, so he hasn't played the 6-2. I keep looking away because Matt is doing stuff. So this only leaves a 4-3, and you get to, oh, he hits. Okay, but how can't be that easy to win the game with 5M back from here? So Oliver's going to have to hit, I think. So decisive. It's certainly possible to have played 5-1, but when you get this, the fan, there are only 12 returns. It's going to come up with the 1. That's massive. Okay. Wow. So we have a transcription, actually, which I favor because I'm happy just to not look before I. So I get the best of both worlds. You get the best of both worlds. So Oliver, there was some no take pass blunders so far. If the transcriber, I don't know if it is Miranda, she's sitting there, can show us. I don't know if she can hear. She can show us some of the previous game decisions. That would be absolutely great. I still don't think there's any stream, but if Mate doesn't want to stream and he just wants me to talk to myself, that's fine. Trying to think where those double errors were, whether they were missed doubles or assuming they were missed doubles. Where are we? Double takes. So someone's catching up. 2418 is not. There was no 2418. I don't think so. So the transcription is a bit buggered up. Okay, we were live. Well, you can go back and watch it. The stream wasn't appearing in the searches. Okay, so hi everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a lovely morning. Say hi. Don't want to hear my voice. Definitely not. And we just got a transcription up, which we didn't have. And there's me trying to work out where we got Oliver's errors from, and I can't remember what happened in the last few games. Anyway, it's looking like Oliver's going to gammon Tim and go 5-2 up, assuming he can just bear off safely, which he shouldn't have much trouble doing. So he takes the three, plays 4-1, preparing to clear. That seems sensible. If he clears it, the quicker he clears it, the more quickly he wins the gammon. That's what he wants. He doesn't need to take checkers off, other than to make them safe and stop them from being hit, but not for the purposes of trying to win more gammons. So someone's transcribing from the feed I've just worked out, and they're getting there. I don't know where we are with 6553. I'm just looking at the transcription feed. Gives you something to anchor on. So 3-1. So Tim's just going to prepare for the very unlikely eventuality that he hits a shot. Tim, the picture, always the picture of calm. And he's thinking, we're just thinking about backgammons and what we need to do, whether we need to move stuff to save them. And the 1 is not going to be able to hit us if we come off the 23 points. So we can come off with impunity. I love saying impunity, 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 impunity. So an odd number of checkers, but well, not but. If I assume Tim has to stay there, although a backgammon wins Oliver the match. Hold on. I think you have to stay there with 3 checkers because there's just so many rolls that leave a shot. But having said that, how likely is Tim to win? This is definitely one that I need to think about, and so does Tim. If you stay there and the opponent rolls a 1, then he gets to take the checker off. Okay, fine. You don't gain from staying there as far as the opponent being able to take checkers off or not is concerned. So how likely is Tim to win the game if he gets a shot? Say Oliver takes 2 checkers off with 6-3, then Tim will have to pick up the second checker as well. And how likely is it that Tim is going to save the gammon? I guess he'll save the gammon. Duh. Almost always. Well, I hadn't come to the end of my deliberations, but I would have stayed. You got to believe me. So I wouldn't do that. I don't think there's any need to advance the prime that far. Doesn't make any difference. But now I'm for the run. Because now if he rolls a 1, if Oliver rolls a 1, he just takes 2 checkers off and there'll be only 1 checker. Okay, maybe I'm stating the obvious. So the 3 I would have come in. I guess there's no backgammon saves at all. So another stupid comment from Simon. So Tim's, hello there, Dirindo BG. Hello, Eric. How are you? Are you coming to London? So Oliver's loser. He's not going to win the PR here. So he's going to be looking like a 1-all. 6-4, Tim makes the 2-point correctly, I would say, at a trailing score. 5-1's just going to play 13-8, 6-5. Tim wants to run. He's ahead in the race, I would say. So probably unstacking, but could play 23-18 with the 5. Nice play, though. Computer says it's right. 6-4's just going to point. Because you can't turn down pointing here for all the tempo gain that it makes. Even though you're eyeing up a kind of a running game as Oliver as well. Oliver just wants to play a simple game. That's gonna feed the appetite of simplicity and run all the way. I just would run immediately. I wouldn't even give any thought to this. No reason why you would stay on the 18. I'm not sure if he's thinking of hitting. Other than that, I don't see why you would stay on here. I wouldn't give thought, even though 39 is the second best play, there's no reason to do it. So good, very good play. 1-2 just hits back. Gives Tim some sort of sniff of being able to get into the game and get a cube in. 1-6 just runs in and runs out. Good morning. I'm glad to hear this is impunity. It should be impunity, yeah, mate. 4-1 makes the bar on his head. Tim's playing beautifully and deliberately. 3-6 out. So it's out, hit, out, hit, out, hit. Can Tim hit again? No. Does he have to make the 4-point? We don't want to strip the mid and play 13-8. So 4-point, but 24-22, 22-21 was his second battle. He's trolling us. He's sort of going for this. I'm going to go for the second best, minutely wrong play every time and play 134. And he played that really quickly, very impressive. And he needs to get a 1. He's going to make the 4-point now. So it transposes. Oh, he's going to make the 5. Okay, probably better. At another score matrix, this might be something worth considering cubing. But, Oliver's leading 5-2, and he just wants to get a static position. He's going to have to play 13-2. So I just judging by Oliver's speed that he might not be in prime form and the fact that he's made a few mistakes. So it looks good to make the 3-point, just staying back. Race is probably close, but it looks like Oliver's winning. 5-2, he can point, but you can also just play 13-6. This leaves 1-4-4-4. I suppose this is right. 4-5 is perfect, easy to play, just plays the 5 down. Oliver needs to cover that checker or just roll like a 2-1, bring it in, and then think about the next port of call. So this is what the problem with that configuration. A lot of numbers left a shot. So what do you do here? I think you have to play 13-8, 13-9, 8-3. I didn't see that. And I was switching off for a second, like trailing 5-2. Actually, it's not quite a double. I was about to say it was. So again, not a big mistake at all. Tiny chances that you can get your opponent to pass, but he doesn't fall into that trap. And we have a 6-1. Well, that's just about tenable. I assume you're just going to play 15-9, 16-9. Actually, not. I'm not sure. God, I'm all over the place. So you can't pay now, even though it's going to get worse for you. It feels uncomfortable to make that play. And it feels more comfortable to make this because then you can see how you follow up. You play 9-2, the opponent, like you're thinking he just makes the 4-point, and then you've got even bigger problems. Like this, and Tim's just going to bring the 5 in. And what's Oliver going to do? Well, maybe he'll just roll a 2-1. Or maybe he does. And now Tim has to break. So when we see that Oliver could handle some of the rolls, it made paying now a bit unnecessary. So Tim would like to keep his board. Can he do so? No. Very good considered play. I would have to think about that a lot. Maybe I would eventually get that right, but it's a big weakness of mine. Double one doesn't have to leave a shot. So now Tim can just come off, well, I think he has to come off the mid rather than come off the 21 and leave a double shot. That doesn't seem anywhere near right. So he just has to play. Either one is fine. Fine. 13. We got Ingrid. Who advances? So you get a point for the lowest PR and a point for winning the match. And then if you're equal on points after 4 matches, then the lowest average PR advances. Well, he plays the 3 first. He's not going to leave the 5 on the midpoint to give Oliver a double shot. So Oliver's got fairly good chances. The question is he going to leave 9s and 10s? It'd be such a strange play to play. You can just play 14, 12, 6 to 1. Again, I'm not seeing these funny plays, but he's going to do that. You don't want to leave 9s and 10s, I don't think, against a 5-point board. Actually, you do, maybe. Or maybe you want to play completely safe. So Tim's going to bring that in. And the 1, I don't know. So Oliver just brings that in, leaving no shots. No, it's not 5 matches. It's 4 matches. You get 1 point for winning the match and 1 point for winning the PR. And so it looks like it's going to be 1 apiece. Well, that's not completely over. Oliver's only he's a smallish favourite, I suppose. Not sure, actually. Probably just like to take the 5 off, so play 8 to 2. Yeah, I would play. Still close-ish, but Oliver doing pretty well. I want to see some of these decisions. I've missed out on the feed from the first half of the match. I mean, don't know if Tim's going to see the PR or not, but if he does, he'll be happy. So, I'm gonna. What did we have? Yeah, it's funny. You immediately think the board's going to change. Okay, I can't remember what the board looked like. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. So we're going to move back. We're going to move back to another match. We're going to watch Sebastian Wilkinson play Marcus Reinhardt. So we just watched Ollie play Tim Cross in the first of their four matches, and Ollie won the match but lost the PR. In fact, he had a dreadful match. No, I'm just kidding. He made a few mistakes. Tim played super well. When did it become the thing to say super well? So I'm assuming that Marcus and Sebastian have just played a match. I think they did because they were in the back on the camera. I could see them in the back. You can see the PRs. That's from the Tim and Oliver match, their first match. Tim played 124. I'm not sure what level of analysis that is. I think it's probably four ply. So that probably go up a little bit on plus plus. I'm assuming that Mate is using XDR plus plus. Um, my own. Okay.
Thanks, you too.
Okay. Hi. Shut that music up, for God's sake. So this is we're moving, pivoting to another match. We go watch Seb play Sebastian Wilkerson play Marcus Reinhardt, starting with a double six after a 4-3, 2 down. Seb won the first match. If you go to backgammondata.com, then Mate is entering live results into the website, and you can actually watch some of the matches. If you click on, there's a little watch icon, you can click on them. Double four just brings them all the way around. 6-2 probably play 13-7, 6-4. Slightly better distribution after making play 13-5. So that's why I would go for that. Taking his time. And if we're on the ball, which we're not, we should be thinking about cube action after. And I'm a little bit surprised. I can see from the if you look at the right hand number on the panel in XG, in the XG feed, you can see that it's minus 0.968, which is very close to 1, which means it's going to be actually only a very small take, unless it changes, unless the analysis level changes the analysis, in which case it could get slightly worse for white and convert it into a pass. But I actually, looking at this, I find it hard to see why it's only very borderline, as in why it's not an easier take than it is. But if you consider, okay, I thought he was hitting the clock, but the clock's on the other side. If you can just look at some of Black's numbers immediately, the only 6-5 is usually always bad, and it is here. But other than 6-5, can we see any numbers that force Black into leaving a shot? And I can't immediately see 6-3 will have to leave a blot on the 15 point, but that's only a 9, an indirect shot. And that'll only leave 4 return shots. So really nice pass, just sees that there's nothing really there for you. It's like wishful thinking. You look at the open board and you think, oh, I can just take. But actually, when you consider a bit more deeply what's going to happen, you can see it's just going to be a pass. So I really like that pass by Marcus. 6-4 Seb makes the 2 point, which I like to do. 5-4 probably, I think it's close. I mean, you like to split, but you're down in the race. So maybe you just come down. But if you split, it's fine because the opponent's got a stripped 8 point, so they can only attack you really with ones efficiently. 4-1 just splits. Oh shit, no, maybe this, because he's got a lot of, oh, okay, it's very close. So noticing that we consider just not splitting because the opponent's got lots of checkers in the zone, having played 5-4 down, so leaving him with 10 checkers there. Double one, he gets to make that, and that, which is nice. But he's still got, Seb's still got gaps on the 3 and 4 point. So, well, anyway, he gets hit. So that puts a thingy in the thingy, whatever the expression is. Fans, not enough for Marcus to consider cubing because he's got checker back on the 24 point. So it's very classic. Oh, it's very close. See how early we can cube. Only 62% game wins, but we can pretty much borderline cube it. And he is thinking about it. So the double one was a bit of a mistake. Keeps confusing me, reaching for the water. I'm like thinking, is he reaching for the... Instinctively, I thought he was reaching for the cube, and then the clock's on the other side. So I'm going to remember that. On a higher analysis level, thinks the no double is a tiny, tiny mistake. But I just like the taking time over it, and well, he should, because it's a very it's It's a close decision, meaning not that you have the XG feed in front of you as markers, which I do, but you can see that, oh, well, if I roll this, then it's good. Okay, so he does cube. Seb's obviously just going to take. He's already made his decision. 6-1 makes the bar. You could double hit, but probably not when your opponent has a 3-point board. Double one, so you can come in and switch. Or you can make the 22 point. Okay, hold on. So he's going to play 23-22. It looks a bit odd to switch. Switching is just off the cards, okay. Because it creates such a big gap. Okay, so you just settle for a slight sort of rubbishy prime as Seb, which Marcus escapes immediately by rolling a 3-5. So that kind of justifies the cube. He's got his checkers escaped. I think that's a double one. So Seb's got to try and make the 4-point, but he's got no other choice really. Can't do anything else with, can't really move up with the back checker, or he can, supposedly. I wouldn't. Have we got anyone in the chatty? Tough decision. So if you come up to the 22 point, I think you lose. Some of your fours will play better if you're on the 24 point. So you lose a 4-2 to make the 20 point if you come up to the 22, but then the 4-2 would come out to the 16, which isn't so bad. What is the overarching principle at play here, which makes you want to stay back? Probably just contact. You want to stay back, and then you could ask yourself, well, if I stay back now, will I be able to stay back in the near future? And the answer is probably yes, because black has some spares on the 13 point, which he can use over and above the one on the checker on the 24. But if black was running out of time and running out of other playable checkers, he might want to consider playing 24-22 to get that checker free with a 6. So this is just easy. It just brings the checkers where you want them. Okay, he plays those two first, but yeah. And now all Marcus wants to do is fill that gap. Seb just wants to make the 4-point and wait for the shot. Very simple, standard BG position. They're both playing pretty well. 3-2 fills the gap. So now making the point on the 10 point almost completely redundant. It doesn't need to be there for blocking purposes. So his next port of call is just to bring those checkers in from the 10 point. Not that you wouldn't do that anyway. Unfortunately, it's going to have to leave a shot, which is not really what you want, even though it's unlikely that you'll get hit. So he's going to play 10-4 or 10-5, 6-5. I'm not sure. Could play 10-5, 7-6, actually. No, actually, I wouldn't. Probably play 5-4. So 6-1's going to hurt Marcus, but there's nothing he can do about it. Teasing the transcriber. So there's not very much between them, but 7-6 is a small mistake. So if Seb rolls a 2, should he come up? And I don't know, actually. Maybe, I don't know. With a gap on the 3-point, maybe yes. I find these decisions very tricky. Maybe if Seb had a full 5-point board, he might risk staying back. Okay, so he shouldn't come up at all. I might have come up. Yeah, I think I would have done. Just because I would... So look at White's position. What shot leaving numbers does he have next go? Do you stay back? Well, 6-5 won't be. 6-4... well, 6-4 is a shot leaving number, but it gets to keep the 5 prime. I guess you do have some shot leaving numbers. 6-3 won't leave a shot. 5-4, which just leaves an indirect, leaves the checker on the 10 point. So it doesn't look that bad. He's coming up. Maybe it's the play is all the way down, but it's not such a big mistake. Can't see it on the list yet. But maybe there is some justification to doing this if you... Certainly if you get pointed on, you're going to lose out from a decision purpose, meaning that you get you get to bring your PR down by making correct decisions. And if you have no decisions, then your PR can neither come down nor go up. If you feel that generally you want to prolong, by prolonging the match, your decisions are going to be right, then you want to try and give yourself an opportunity to make decisions. And by staying on the 24 point, it might jeopardize that, because Seb might get pointed on and then not be able to have decisions because he'll be on the bar. I think this is a very tricky move. Problem is, with the other twos, you don't get to immediately solve the problem of having a gap on the 3 point. You come a little bit closer. Okay, so he gets the right play eventually, which is really good. And that's going to be the downside to staying on the 24 point. But having said all that stuff about not getting decisions, he should come in. He comes in 20 times. Okay, doesn't get the decision. And is Marcus going to make the 2 point? There's a little bit of danger in doing that, but what can you do? Could you stack up? How bad is it to stack up on the 4 point? Very, very bad. Okay, would never consider that one. But what might seem silly to people, like, oh my God, you've got to make the 4 point, but really the priority is safety. So when I see this 6-2, I'm like, God, I don't want to do this, because the 3-5 is such a swing. But then Seb doesn't have the 3 point or the 1 point. But of course you're going to make the 2 point and take the risk. So Seb losing out on his decisions. So then Marcus just has to consider, is he going to give anything for the gain of clearing the bar? But I wouldn't do so. So 6-5 will next go for Marcus. Will play 10-4, 7-2, leaving an indirect shot, leaving a 3-4. But that's hardly... Okay, now he can clear the bar, which is what he wants to do. I don't know why he's taking his time with the 2, because if you're going to do with a 1, you're going to do that with the 2. And now there are, like, what 40% Gs, maybe more? I don't know. 3 checkers out there. Could be more. Every fan is critical. So tempting to take the other checker off, but also tempting to play 6-2 just to get the better distribution and the safer distribution. Things can go wrong if you take 4 off, but I've often done this and found, like, what? So we roll a 3. Yeah, okay. It's a big mistake, actually. We do the other thing. We roll a 3. We're in trouble. So we don't want to do that. Double 1 is fanning. And so, yeah, like I said this... Although Seb, I guess he doesn't mind not getting decisions in some sense because his PR is really low, but he won't know that. He won't know that. And the more decisions you have, if you end up getting a difficult play later on in the match and you make a blunder, at least that your PR you'll have had so many decisions that your PR won't increase enormously when you make that blunder. Anyway, looking like a tricky gammon save here. So just scrambling around. I suppose you're just going to bring the 2 in. Are you going to cross over with the 5 or not? I don't know. Okay, he's not going to try and save. Maybe I'm guessing he's, okay, small. I wouldn't have gone for the non kind of gammon save play. I would have just tried to squirm around and save the G. But now, well, if he did that, he's consistent. But I think this is dangerous. I would just be trying to squirm off the gammon here. Yeah, he's but he's in a different mindset. So small mistake. His PR jumped up a little bit there. So double 4 is going to help massively. 1, 2. So you can just bring the checker from the 22 point all the way around to the 6 point. The only downside is that there's not that much of a downside. So you consider what numbers, if you leave with 1 checker from the 22, how will that help your opponent? What numbers will it gain on for your opponent? I don't think there are any. But he's going to get a shot. And he's going to hit. Okay, so he's going to get decisions now. So what he lost, and he was unlucky to stay on the bar, he's going to gain now. So he's going to get a good few decisions. Don't know how many exactly. And the point is that he's not going to get anything wrong. So his PR is going to come down, and Marcus is going to stay as it was because he's not going to come in. And even if he does, his decision is going to be forced. So I suppose Seb's going to give himself 6s and 1s to make the bar. Marcus has got 5, 8, no, 6 checkers off. So Seb will be able to recube, although he's leading 1-0. So the recube point is going to be further elevated. But he will be able to recube at least when he's got maybe a perfect distribution closed board and maybe 1 checker off. Marcus pointing out that it's cocked. 3-2 is not a good number. I mean, but the risk is small because it's basically only a 1-6 that can hurt you. Well, it's relatively small. I mean, Marcus will take a 1 and then Seb will be forced to roll a 6 or a 1 or an 8 to close the bar point. So there we go. We close the bar and then we probably play 15-12. And all we're trying to do is roll the prime forward. So this is kind of stage 1 of 2. The stage 2 is actually closing out, because until you close out, there's still some danger that you will have to break the prime and that white will come out. So you just want to guard against your big double, basically double 5 and double 4. Hey, Merin. What is that? So 5-2. So that caters for double 5 and double 4, I think. Well, double 4 certainly. I don't know what about double 5. Double 5's a little bit awkward. But when your opponent's only got a 1-point board, you're not too displeased. Okay, so if Marcus fans, Seb's got 6s and 4s and 8s to close the board and solves. There you go. Any time it can happen. So what? 1, 2, 3, take 1 off. Okay, so not too terrible. He's not going to switch because he wants to keep Marcus behind a 5 prime. So he's just taking a little bit of time, a microsecond. But there's not going to be a cube. It's definitely not after a 1. So there are some numbers. You know, he has to come in and roll a 3 or a 1, which he does. And then Seb can be back in control. He just needs to prefer a 1, much prefer a 1, but he will close out the ball with a 3. Okay, it's not terrible. But again, he's getting decisions. PR coming down. Wants a 1. There you go. Okay, so now he might be like 68% favorite. I don't know, maybe a bit higher, but it's definitely not a recube and definitely not at this score. 6-3 is just going to go all the way to the 1 point. So he's got a checker off. I don't think it's going to be a recube yet. I think he needs to take off at least a checker, which he does. So maybe now, and I think, so he's got 2 off. Marcus has got 6 off. Definitely takeable, or definitely a take. But what is going on? So, okay, not quite a redouble. So what in these positions, what you've got to consider is whether or not you're going to have to open up the board next go. And unless he rolls or plays illegally, he has to open up the board. And now there's going to be a pass, probably instant. So huge swing the swing is when Marcus doesn't come in. It's effectively like having the closed board. So PRs are really close. Seb would love to get his PR down. He's looking like, so he's a match favorite. If he can win 2 points, he just needs to get his PR a little bit lower. Of course, the beauty of this format is neither player has any clue what the PR is. I think I'm not, is Miranda doing the transcription? Maybe, it can't work out from her arm movement. So 3-2 plays 2 down, which I don't love, but it's probably the right play. I just find it difficult to handle the position after 6-2 is going to come down and split. 6-5 is just going to make the 5. No. Okay, this is why I hate to leave 5 blots, but he's got to if he wants to make the right play and not be dinged. Okay, Miranda's not transcribing. It's hard. Just want to do this. 6s are duplicated for Seb, which argues in favour of making this play. But he's 3-0 down. Now I see. Okay, if you're 3-0 down, you would just do this, no questions asked. Because what we don't want to happen is to make the 5-pointer for Seb just to have any 6 to close down all your gammon on the 2 cube winning opportunities. Excellent play. But gets hit back. Big tempo hit from Seb there. Massive. Okay, but then regaining the tempo with double 3. And I think there's no better 5 than playing 6-1. I mean, I'm pretty sure. What else can you do? So we got 7 blots or what? What have we got? 6 blots. Bit of a blot fest. A massive tempo again. So I don't think there's anything that Marcus can. I mean, he can't. The double 5's not going to produce the same effect anymore. So he's just going to have to make the bar. That's okay. It cleans up an important point. Seb obviously just wants to make the 5. Simple. 6-1, we'll take it. 6-3 does it. Obviously, you're not looking at the checkers on hitting the checkers on the 11 and the 12 point. And now, can this be close to anything at 4 away, 7 away? 4 away, 7 away is a little bit worse than money, I would say. A little bit, but it looks pretty strong for Seb. But he just rolls on absolutely correctly. So it looks like you just make I want to play 6-5 with the 5, I have to admit, but I suppose you need to play 8-7 to prime in those 2 checkers. 6-5 would be a pretty sizable mistake. So 6-5 looks pretty, but it just doesn't make sense because when your opponent's got 2 checkers on 24, it behooves you to, okay, what? Oh, I thought it was boxes. So Seb's taken the PR lead. Wow, this is huge. So this should be a double even at this score on an average sequence, I would say. The question is would Marcus be taking? Okay, well, 3-5, no double anymore. I wouldn't have thought. It's pretty strong. Hard, can get tricked into doubling. I would if I had really had to bet my life on it, I wouldn't double here at 4 away, 7 away. Would I double for money? Yeah, probably. Oh God, it's a massive cube. No, it gets much worse. That's confusing. So I wouldn't be that displeased missing this cube. If that's the final analysis, okay, plus kind of compromises. Very tricky both ways. So we're reaching the hallowed +1 where we have to pass on either of the potential cube actions. So even if Seb doesn't double, he's very close to winning a point. So we only double because we need to take account of to benefit from the volatility. And so the volatility is kind of it's medium here, which meaning that if showing that when you don't double, you only lose out 0.067. And if Seb does double, it's not such a huge mistake just to pass. And you have other cube actions where whether you double or not, that those 3 figures, no double, double take, double pass that you can see in the cube panel at the bottom are are no way near 1. They might be close to something like 0.7. Typically, you might have a figures of like 0.8. And then double take figure could be slightly higher when it is a double. But there, the double take and the no double take figures were quite high, meaning that whatever happened, Seb was close to winning the game, even on the following roll. But Marcus passes, rolls a 3-1. Seb splits and downs with a 6-3. Marcus should just cube. 7-way, 3-away. Notice that what a huge take it is, because when you get these lopsided scores, don't need much to cube, but the game-winning chances for the person taking are so high, it would be such a massive, massive mistake to pass. So Seb should have just made the 21 point, which I only saw when it came up on the feed as red. 2-5, great roll, hitting back. That makes the anchor. So Seb just wants to be not in danger when he's holding a 2-cube at 4-0. All he wants to do is kind of preserve his lead, and that does it immediately. So he's going to play 24-18, 13-8. 10-5 might be okay, but I don't see why you would give a double shot. So now the danger is pretty much gone for the position. And you want to play 24-23 as well as playing 6-5 here. So which one do you choose? Even 21-20 was a contender. So danger's gone for Seb, even when he gets hit there, but he gets an even better position, even though the danger had gone. So that plays all the way to the 15. So it's just kind of a holding game with some semi-small danger for Seb because of Marcus's 5 point. But now that's going to equalize or eliminate some of that danger. So the 6 plays to the 15 point, and then the 5 plays down, I think. Justin says it's still 4 away. Yeah, I'm going to get scuppered by that. I just don't like to. That just plays all the way to 7. That's very clean. So put the checkers where. It's not really so much where you want them. It's more like what you want. Why do you want them there? Okay, yeah, put them where you want them, but why do you want them there? Because you want that checker there, because if it gets missed, you're going to make the bar, and that puts you in a good spot. So it's not just like, oh, I want the checker there for no reason. You have to have a reason. You can't just want it there. So Seb loves to make the bar here, but that's fine. I mean, am I going to just play them all round from the 18? Oh, okay, you can make both points. Okay, this is the hybrid. Okay, this has got to be safer, so this has got to be right. Duh. That just makes a 4 point. He's got to play safe here, and there's no other safe player on the stacking them up on the 5 point. So that makes, I was just about to say that even when we're leading 4-0 holding a 2 cube, we're like thinking, okay, when is the cube coming? It comes at some point, or it doesn't because we overshoot our market. But even at this score, there are going to be some cubing opportunities. So I'm sitting there as Seb thinking, okay, I don't want to miss this cube. He's got to count. I don't know. No, he's behind. Okay, well, I can only from seeing the feed. But there is another huge fact. He might stay back even if he was slightly behind because he's trailing 4-0 and he just wants to win gammons, and he wins gammons by hitting a shot. And Seb's structure is so bad, or it's not so bad, but it's pretty bad that he gets a lot more of what he needs by staying on the 23 point. So maybe you know he shouldn't really be looking at this at all as his kind of first choice. Computer confirms it'd be like 150 blunder to come off. I don't know if we have. It loses more single games anyway, so he must be behind in the race. $65, 80, 193, 115. So if he's 2 pips down after the roll, which, you can't, I don't think you can run when you're 2 pips down after the roll, when Seb's got this awful structure and when you're trailing 4-0 and you're desperate to win a gammon, you're just desperate to stay back. I would say you probably stay back even if you're like 5 or 6 pips up. It would have to be that good for you in the race. And then you've got to always, you do have some contact from the 15 point. So he's going back to that checker. Now, the problem is, okay, Seb's pointing out, because I lost track of the position. So maybe he's thinking, well, I've got this kind of contact on the 15, so I can run the checker from 23 point. But okay, good, he does that. So there's a lot of there's just horrible numbers here. Just leaves an immediate shot. So 6-5. If he gets hit, he could just get gammoned. Immediately I was playing 13-2, but can you play? Maybe. Can you play 13-8? The problem is, okay, look at the resulting structure. Same as put your checkers where you want them. If you get missed, how decent is your position? Is one of the questions that needs to be asked. Obviously, if you play 13-7, 13-8, it leaves an extra. So you have 5s, but 2, 3, 1, 4. So you're leaving an extra 4 shots. Not ideal. Also, you get hit where you least want to get hit. So your opponent ends up escaping. So this was just, we're not going to see the analysis, but I would have just done that pretty quickly. It might have been wrong to do it, but he would have got hit either way. So the 5's just going to come out. You've got to come out. So you come out. Don't know. To try and get, okay, maybe doubting my wisdom, but gives himself a 1 to hit loose and a 3-1 and a double 1 to close the 2 point. So what do you look at? Okay, I guess that could be right. 1-6-2-6 would hit you back on the bar. Okay, it is right. Nice play. Probably playing down, as nasty as it is, and as much as you want to save the gammon. Yeah, 5-1 would be a big mistake. So Marcus will just hit with any 4 or 2, or maybe he'll just make the 2 point. Okay, but no, he needs to hit. Difficult play, because you're saying to yourself, well, even if you don't hit, Seb's numbers aren't that good, but maybe it's just about freezing Seb so that you can pounce on that checker, that loose checker that's on Seb's 9 point or Marcus's 16 points. So really good play. I think he's got it. But when we do a plus, I can't see. It gets closer. So making the 2 point, not too bad. So good prospects for Marcus to close out here. 2. 4's going to be 15-11 because there's no alternative. Seb really needs just a 2-3. He doesn't get. Tiny chance of Marcus. Okay, that double 1 is going to definitely come up to 22 at least. Does he want 5s or 4s to hit? So I suppose what you're looking for is what your 5s and 4s do in other parts of the board. Richard says 118, 1 for black after the roll. So, hi Richard, thank you. So he chose to give himself a 5 to hit. Okay, good. Nice quick play, 11-6. So he gives himself a 4 to hit the checker that comes in on the 23 point. So 5's hitting, 4's to hit. 5, what is it, a 3? So probably breaking the 8 point. No, it's not a 3. So probably don't want to give an amazing double 2, so just play 13-11. But double 2s are going to be pretty good anyway. So this is the thing, you're not getting any decisions as Seb as well. Okay, so we create an extra builder there. If you play 11-6, you get double 4 as a closeout number, which you otherwise wouldn't have. But I wouldn't do it. I'd just play 16-11. I wouldn't do that. Well, maybe. Maybe. Small things, really. Small things. Okay, right play. I wouldn't do that. It's the right play. That's how you know it's the right play. If I say I wouldn't do that, it's got to be the right play. 4, just hitting. Just play 16-11. I don't think you need. Okay, it's going to be, of course, 8-3 is going to be right. Don't think you need the builder there. I think you've got sixes and threes. That's enough. Let's see. Da da da. 3-1. Okay, so he closes the board. Unfortunately, can't do anything without double six, but there's going to be a way to win from the double six. Okay, it looks like you play 11-5, 8-2, or 8-3, whatever was legal. Was that legal? Yeah. So PRs are going to be close, but I think Seb's just going to just about be edging it. And beautiful match because it's 4-all, almost certainly. He goes for the clearance. Don't know about that. No, small mistake. It's going to be very close, PR wise. Laboring it a bit. Sometimes I've got to be honest. I do think, oh my god, my opponent's laboring this a little bit. I mean, my thought process is what is so bad about playing 7-3-5-3 that you need to open up your 6 point, and that but that's a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he plays that really quickly. Okay, so could be saving it. Could be. I don't know. I played down, but just to get a good one. I learned something. Okay, well, nothing came up there. So if Seb rolls a 1 now, he would be able to just cross over. But maybe it's not. It's not a necessary thing to give yourself a good 1. The 1 played 13-12 anyway. So the PRs, Seb gets his decisions as well. So he's gonna be winning the PR. I guarantee he wouldn't be happy with 1.89. Promise you that. 6-5 is just going to come in, and the 5 is going to have to come down because you don't want to waste pips. So he could save the gammon, but if he does, he's going to be wasting pips. But I don't think there's anything he could do about that. Oh, another cocker. There you go. Hit it inside the board. Can't be that difficult. Okay, 3-1. Yeah, really close. Double 1. Okay, at least you get 2 crossovers. So I'm trying to work out whether it looks like Marcus is like 75. Okay, big, massive. Okay, he must be a very big favourite now. Does that not even get 2 crossovers? I can't see. Is it 4-1? So double 3 doesn't get off. It does double 1, 2, double 4 does 1, 2, 3. Yeah, double 4, double 3 though. Don't think you can get double 3. And double 5 does. No. Well, okay, very close match. Just a little bit of a PR. I mean, Seb's going to take a little break. Just a few things like the gammon saving plays, I think cost him a little bit. I think the biggest mistake was when he was not saving the gammon. Marcus, don't think he did anything wrong apart from, I guess, passing the cube at 4 away, 7 away. Hi, Jason. Jason. Richard says right play looks ugly to pile up those checkers. Not sure. I got like suffer memory loss. Like I'm sure it's obvious what play you're referring to, but I can't remember. I'm going to take a small break. I think they're going to be gone for like 5 minutes or so. It feels like that. Bye.
know we're not supposed to, but
I go there. I don't want to look or anything.
okay, good.
Makes me just confused. Okay.
Completely misjudged the brake mechanic there, and they were gone for like 2 seconds. Okay, so they're at 3 away. A little bit of an early double. What a massive double four. That's just going to come out to the, oh, you could switch, but I would come out to the 16. Okay, you can switch. You can come out to the 16. You can do anything. That's always a bit disheartening when you think ages on a play and they're all correct or not wrong or heartening. In a way, you look through the analysis, and I love this play actually. If I had to go for a play, I like this because it completely wipes your opponent out, and it's committal. But of course, you want to put it's all about judging which gains you most. You know, you want to come out to the 16, but you also want to put that second joker on the bar and switch. So 5-3 again, what, 16, or coming all the way to the 13? No, just to the 16. So remaking that anchor, although that anchor on the 21 point is slightly primed. So if you make the 21 point, you're kind of priming the back checkers a bit more, but you're gaining because you make the anchor and you protect yourself. 6-5 just makes the 19, boom, wow. Okay, so now he's a little smile. I'm not sure what the smile, Marcus must have said something. Because Marcus is a little, okay, yeah. Well, you could make the bar. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. Okay, but he goes for the second best play. Seb has safety, just lovely 13-8, 13-7, getting two spares there. So you can make the 5 point with combinations of 3s, 2s, and 1s later. 4-2 is just going to have to leave a shot, but it's not terrible. Is Seb going to be wanting to come off the 19 and hit? Well, probably, yeah. Well, maybe not with 4-1. 4-2, yeah. 6-5, I think you have to keep them. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I guess if you play 2 down, this is what happens. You're worried about your opponent rolling 6-5. But if he rolls 6-5, he's still got a blot on the on the 15 point, which, having said that, you're not going to want to hit that much as black. So it takes a higher analysis for the computer to see the merit in keeping the... I think I would have gone for this, 2 down. We got Bjorn in the chat. We got Richard Stubbe. We got Jason. Okay, and then you just safety that. Okay, however much your opponent wants to hit that, you just don't question it and you just make it safe. I like that. Okay, so 6-1's just going to play down to the 7 point, and the 1 probably not going to do that. No, I'm not sure what the impulse, what that... I don't think he's going to do it, but I'm not sure why he's putting it on the board. I mean, you do want to do it, but I think it's just too dangerous. Horrible having a stack of 5 on the 6 point. Now, the longer he considers it, I still think it's like about a 10% chance he'll do it, maybe less. But I can see, okay, he's just not going to do it. Okay, no, he's still like... So is black. The reason why you might play 6 to 5 is because if you do this and white just escapes, let's say with a 6-4, you don't really have an attack. Okay, he was just thinking it through. Now you probably have to just run. Runs is not probably. You do have to run. I don't know how you run, but you run. Okay, that's bizarre. That he, not that he'd made the play, but that he didn't even think, it didn't appear that he thought about it. That just makes the 1 point, I think. It's funny how if an opponent sort of almost thinks about making a weird play, that the fact that Seb didn't even make that play, but he thought about making that play with a 6-1, maybe threw Marcus off a little bit. And that's a big blunder. I mean, that makes a difference to the PR where he's here. Especially when the match is close, you're in danger of losing the match. Yeah, now I don't know what you do if you don't slot the 5 point. I don't see another play. Oh, 1912, okay. Reason I wasn't even considering 1912, I just thought it was very important to keep the 19 point. Okay, that I wouldn't have seen. Thinking he might play 12-5 though. Got Reiner. So he does play 12-5. The computer hates it. Oh my God, computer thinks, okay, I've reconsidered. I just hate it. Hard to cover, maybe. Oh my God, big. Oi! So he hits and covers. Marcus wants a 5 or a 6, get the back checker moving. Okay, he'll take that. Goes to the 14. Seb has still got chances. He's got the 19-point anchor, so he can still, he's, off on over a set of like 4 or 5 rolls. He's like, must be a favorite to come in. So he's going to have more than 5 rolls to roll a 6. And when he rolls a 6, he should save the gammon. He should. And what do you do with this? Just you don't want to put an extra checker on the 11 point because you want to clear it, but, you could just play 14-5. That solves the problem of not wanting, if you consider that it's wrong to put an extra checker on the 11, you just play 14-5. Or is there another? There's also, well, it leaves double 6. So 14-5 is better. This leaves 6-1 and nothing else. And he rolls the 6-1, but Seb's still got that horrible 5-4-3 gap. 4-6 immediately just come out, but it's so many indirect shots. What is it? 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s. No 10s. 9s hits that. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was going to hit, but it does hit. So if you don't hit, you're going to get hit. Oh, it's nasty. But you're going to hit 1, 2, 3, and then get that checker safe. So you're looking 4s and 5s, not in an inconsiderate amount of risk. kind of horrible. You can see that Marcus wins 17.2% gammons in a position where he's on the bar. Seb's not a favourite after making this play. This is an ugly, ugly play that you have to make. And tough. This feels like a kind of a crux game. There'd been a few mistakes, and even though Seb actually ended up making the right play with 6-1, it was like you sense that something was a bit off in both of them, like maybe a little bit of pressure. The PRs have gone way, way up. And then he has to just check that this is not a recube. And he definitely won't recube, but sometimes when you're faced with challenging decisions, then the next decisions become more difficult because you used up lots of mental energy. And then that is the ticket for making mistakes. And those conditions have been fulfilled. Both have had challenging decisions in the last few. What is that? 4-3? Wait, hold on. Well, I suppose so, but you can just, you could make the 15, but yeah, just checking. So now Marcus has got 3-6, 3-6, 4-6, 5-6, 4-1. Okay, so Seb's just breathing easily again. 2-1, just going to safety that checker. Marcus any 5. And if he doesn't roll a 5, not very good. So even that, because he loses contact on the checker on the 19. Six-3, you're going to get the checker closer. So you can do something like 1916, which is right. But he goes for the not putting the checker any closer at all. So if you play 1916, you only leave 6-5. Problem is, if you do this, you don't move the back checker, then you've got to slot the 4-point. Meaning you're going to have a lot on board when you might be able to get an indirect shot. Whereas if you come out to the 16, you don't have to give yourself a blotting board. Perhaps that's what accounts for the perceived spot superiority of the 1916 play. He just it's fine. I mean, I can see why you wouldn't want to consider moving the back checker. I can absolutely see that. Maybe someone could plus the analysis here. It might certainly change. I mean, he hasn't put. At least he hasn't put the 1916 play on the board. He might have considered it. It's hard to know. So Miranda's doing the transcription. It's hard. It's funny. She doesn't seem like. I guess she's sitting in the transcription chair. So Seb's desperate to cover the guy on the 3-point. He can do that by clearing the 8. So yeah, I'm assuming. So that when white comes off, Seb's got a 4-point board. Is there any sense in coming off now? Maybe. No, B. The idea is to get extra coverage on that back checker. But he doesn't get fooled into doing it. So I see now that you make your opponent's small numbers exceptionally good. They've got quite good big numbers. Their medium numbers aren't that great, but now you make 2-1, double 1, 2-1. And then you give some pick and passes like 2-4, 2-3. But on a higher analysis, it's funny, you rely so much on the computer and it could be completely wrong. Massive joker, so only leaving 5-4, 4-4. 4-6 not going to do it. Okay, it's just a pass. Is it a recube? It looks pretty good. Could be takeable. Okay, it's take. We can see the numbers. So it's even on both sides. So we're talking about the numbers there. So whether or not you redouble or not, you're not close to the one take pass borderline. So still, he's got a hit, of course. Connor says it's also a matter of outfield control. Yes. Yes, it is. Forsey is just going to come out, and now he's got a race. Okay, so it did go redouble take. 219, 274. So Seb is, unless something bizarre happens, he's won the PR. It's looking good for 2 points. I don't see how there can be any massive checker play error. I don't think it's possible. So Marcus really needs to win the match. I think if we're playing the black checkers as Sepe, we can breathe a sigh of relief that we got into that nice redouble take position. And okay. I mean, he's down, White's down to like a 6% or something, maybe a bit higher after that roll. 2-1. Yeah, I know it was about 1916. 27. Oh, about 1916. Oh, right, I see what you're saying. I thought you were talking about the 2017. Yeah. Yeah, but I think the crucial thing was in that play was just not to have to put a blot on your board, so that when you get a shot, you can hit without having the danger of being hit back. So he can do it. He can do it. Not anymore. Okay, 217, 254. So it wasn't really that close after it. So Seb wins 2 points. I don't think that's going to change. We're going to be back soon. I guess the PR can change on a higher analysis. Oh, funny! Just as I said that comment, I don't think it will. Don't think that's got a chance. Short match. Or actually, short match more chance that it will, but don't think it will. I bet against it. It's too much of a disparity. 217. Okay, so I'll be back in a tiny bit. What a great. So I think we're going to pivot to another one. Pivotty. Seb's, I think, winning 3-1 pretty much. So he was one. Oh, he might be winning 4-0. He might be winning 4-0. So from the quarters, we got some results. Thomas Mer beat Tanner, beat Tanner, and in the first round won 2 points because he won the PR as well. Then Tanner beat Thomas in the second match, but we don't have any PRs, and that's the only PRs we have. So the only PRs we have are for Thomas and Tanner. And we have Johan and Fernando. They both played really well, but Johan just beat Fernando on PR, and so he won 2 points in the first match. So Johan is 2 up against Fernando after the first match. Oliver and Tim are tied 1-1. Seb, I think, is winning either 3-1 or 4-0. And we're on to round 3.
played first match.
Yeah, but not enough.
No.
For me, not enough.
But you played well then.
I'm happy about that. Okay. We arrange it.
Harald, kan du köpa en cola till mig? Här, kom. No. You want something?
No, thank you.
Wine, tequila.
Tequila. Yeah. Vodka. If you need to stop by anything, you stop us. Johan,
Yeah.
as we are running here,
Yeah.
we try always to put here
sure.
so she can.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, we can start. Okay.
Well, this is from yesterday.
Mr. Johan,
Yeah.
thank you for coming.
Thank you for being here. And these we can remove. All right. Vamos.
Vamos.
So it only just started, haven't missed much. Pretty even after that 3-1. 5, double four just makes the 5. I would run with the front checker because it's in danger, and I'm not desperate to stack a 5th checker up on the 13 point. And it's not close at all. See if I can get. Okay, got shut up. But he hits with 6-4, 3-6. Okay, so just be able to take any cube if it's coming. I don't think it will be, but you're going to have to come out nasty. You could play 24-18, I suppose, but that's not a play. This is the standard play, but we can see from the numbers that it's not going to be an easy take. So apparently Johann's winning 3-0 with that, so that means the PR's still to be analysed on, I'm assuming, the second match. Hello, Eric. Again.
Så köper jag en öl. Vi fixar. Tack. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
So he played 13-7. So because he was not best pleased about coming out to a double shot, so he just played 13-7. But now that when you do that, leaves 6s, 3s, and 5s, and that converts it into a small pass. It feels like you just pass this after you play 13-7. Now you've got 3 blots. Okay, he just takes. Okay, that's fine. The one, maybe you don't play 14-13 because you'd like diversity, but computer thinks it's fine. Massive fan. And now just 5, 3, or 6, and it's like just winning. Yeah, I want to play 13-10, but it leaves a 2-6. Okay, it is right. Diversification. I was about to say diversity. I think I keep saying diversity when I mean to say diversification. So lovely play by Johan. Seeing that you need to. Okay, and finally he gets something nice, deserved. He gets to make the bar. There's always a gain to doing something. 5-2, he's got to come up with a 2. Pretty much no reason at all why you would stay back. 4-2 just makes a 4 point. So it's reasonable chances now of well, not anymore. Just running, of course, not making. I don't think you make the bar here. And the one, yeah, I was about to say, and then I stopped myself, but I was going to say, shouldn't split. And the analysis came up and confirmed the bleeding obvious. There is some gain to splitting, but the downside obviously outweighs the gain. I tend to go for that. So what was it, 7-3? Boom, wow, okay, that makes the 2 point as well. No, it doesn't. No need to give your opponent a chance to counter prime. Or maybe, who knows actually, because this structure could produce shots, but Miranda's already assumed he's going to do it. I think he should do it. So now, yeah, if you get hit, if that checker on the 12 point gets hit, this can't be right. Yeah, it gives your opponent a chance to counter prime. Because there will only be a checker on the 10 point to use as a spare. So you want to do this for structure, but it makes no sense to leave your opponent a chance to hit that shot and counter prime you. He wants to do that. I think he's going to do it. It could cost him. I mean, chances are Fernando won't roll a 1, but if he does, okay, he doesn't do it, which is good. Okay, still in the 2s, seems sensible. Next point you want to make, that's going to leave a 6-1. But he's still got a blotting board, Fernando has, so it's not completely winning. I think I would probably make the board, but I would consider not doing so to try and think about saving the gammon. So we got this 3-3-3-3-3 structure, which is not the safest, I don't think. Double 5 is going to have to play 6-1 with one of them. So what, we probably make the 1 point instead of just leave it slotted. Yeah, I mean, not much you can do with that. Do we play 6-5-4 off? Yeah. Or 5 off is fine. This pays off to 6-5, principally. Like if Johan rolls 6-6 or well, 4-4 is fine, 5-5 is fine. But if he rolls 6-6, he doesn't mind so much because he gets to take 4 checkers off. But 6-5 was the donkey roll there. So we assume he's just going to take 2 checkers off because playing 6-2 isn't so much a better structure. So yeah, this is just a very kind of standard known play, especially when your opponent's down to a 4.5 point board. They're just being a little bit methodical. 6-2 is going to run all the way. So it's already a bit of a gap in the PR. 3-2, probably just not thinking about clearing the 5 point, no reason, so you just take 2 off. Always like considering the alternatives, as well as, most importantly, thinking about what you need to do, what your game plan is. So that just clears the 6. I mean, I don't know why he's looking at this, to be honest. Okay, well, it's not unreasonable. I don't get that play. Oh, he makes it as well. Wow. Very surprising and quite impressive. That just probably just brings it in. I think you're going to stay there. You get lots of shots, or at least why I was feeling against that funny clearing the 3 point play that he made. So you can just take a checker off if you want, consistent with the previous approach. And it is better. So now he's going back to kind of safety, but he doesn't get to take a checker off. Marion says Jan's PRs have been exceptional. Top of the pack after qualifying. Yeah, even above Seb. Exceptional play. I think it's on XG++. I wish Mate would confirm. I keep asking him every morning, is it plus plus? And he sort of says, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. I think it is plus plus, which is like 0.3 on average higher than just normal world-class settings. So what do we got? We got a 1 to play. Okay, you can do that, or you can take 1 off. I guess 1 off is like just, well, not force, but you're trying to win a gammon. Okay, so I would pick up one of them. I'm not sure about this, just in my immediate first reaction. If you leave the checker on 6 and 5, you can roll a 1. That would be nice to make the 5 point. But I don't think you want to risk. I don't know. He's only got 1 point board. Okay, let's have a little thinky think. So not a big deal either way, but actually 3% is a big deal. And the only reason it's not a bigger mistake is because it's unlikely that the result of the game is going to change whatever you do. I think that's right to say that. So whatever you do, whether or not you play 6-2 or you play 19-15, you're going to lose the game as black. Interesting, just like little way that he put the checker on and wasn't sure, like, okay, yeah, no, but I've got a hit. Trying to find another way of playing it so that he can hit, and come in on the 4 points, something like that, which is obviously he realizes you can't do that. But I got completely wrong. So if you play 19-15, you win more games, but you get gammon more. So scratch that comment about the closeness of it. It's just because the gammons end up costing you too much to make this play viable when the cue's in play. I mean, I don't think he's really considering not hitting. Loses more gammons anyway. Got a little bit of a crowd. Don't think he's considering. What was that? What was going through his mind there? Oh, maybe he shouldn't get gammoned even after that 2-1, but still, maybe he was thinking that I won't get gammoned this way, so I'm not going to hit. But you wouldn't get gammoned if you hit. Oh my God, he could. Even though, I mean, you can see that logic. 2-1, 2-1, he's still going to save the gammon. Unless he rolls 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, which is never going to happen. I think that's what he's thinking. Like, I save the gammon this way for sure. Kind of. And maybe, who knows, he's still thinking he made the right play. But he would be saving the gammon kind of for sure by hitting and playing 6-2. So that was very, very that was a completely unforeseen play by Fernando. I don't think anyone would make that play that he made, just to be honest about it. I don't think anyone would. Would anyone? Tell me in the chat if you would do that. So he gets all the hard plays right, and then you can think about playing 11-5, duplicating 4s and 2s. I probably would, basically being 2-0 down. If he does. So this is like a much harder play. He's going to get it right. Yeah, sees that immediately, but for some reason gets scuppered by 5-1's just going to make the 3 point weakly, using a checker from the 8 point, which you don't want to use in particular. 4-3 is just going to have to make it and go to the 20. Thoughts of going to the 9, but certainly not when you have to leave a direct shot to do so. 6-2 just hits, I suppose, because the gain is so big. I'm not sure about this. The downside of coming in the 23 and unstacking that heavy 6 point is that you prime yourself. So I'm probably not going to do that. Eek. Yeah, I might play bar 24, 13, 11. I probably wouldn't have played this, but this is equally bad. Okay, he's going to do that. I suppose, yeah, now I see it. I might not have been tricked into it because it's only really a 1 fully covers. 6s and 3s have to break the 8 point. Okay, so he doesn't get to cover, but he makes the 18, still leaving that block vulnerable. There's nothing else. He kind of picked up the dice anyway. If there was a ruling, I think it would stand 3-1. Beautiful shot. The 1 is not useful, but hey ho. Always an opportunity to say hey ho. 2-5 gets to the 18 point. So it's just another sort of almost a mutual holding game. That just has to play 20-10 or maybe 13-3. I don't know, actually. Hold on. Computer comes up with the analysis, and Seb's now winning 4-0 against Marcus. I would say this is a little bit tricky to have to play 13-3 and leave a blot on the 3 point, which is not the next best point that for your board. The next best point, obviously, the 4 point. So you're not slotting the point you really want to make. But the race is you're probably behind in that. I'm assuming you're behind in the race and you're behind in the score. So you want to keep the checker on the 20 point as a patroller. And this just takes all the pressure off white. So the game-winning chances aren't that different between the two plays. I mean, like 1.1%. Are we going to call that much different? But it's the gammons that you lose out on when you play 2010. And any 3 is just like immediately, easily great. Just he gets to move a checker. Johan gets to move a checker he wants to when he hits. Could think about playing 6-2 unstacking. I wouldn't. 4-2 just makes the anchor. So he's back, but he's got an anchor, but he's lost out in the race. So he must be worse off than he was before he had the 6-4. Probably risk living that checker on the 11 point, but no, oh my God, it's a big mistake. My very first thought actually was just to lift it, and then I was like doubting myself. But anyway, 6-5 is going to be 2 down, so you're going to keep the anchor. Could play 8-3, don't know. Keeping a spare on the maybe keeping a spare on the mid seems slightly better now I think about it. Okay, Fernando's going for that, and Johan's just looking to fill the gaps like that, and then get Cuban a 2-0 leading score. So just need to be probably a little bit more careful. So he makes the 4. I'd probably just slot both. I don't know. Not going to get a shot now. Even with 6-3, he's just going to clear the 8 point. So that plays 13-8, 3-1, keeping the spare, not falling into the trap of leaving a shot. I would doubt it's right to leave a shot now when the opponent's got a much better board. 6-5 is just going to have to make the 2. I don't think it's time to vacate the mid, but I mean, if you make the 2 now, you're going to be leaving the mid at some point. Can't be that bad to leave the mid. I mean, you could also play 8-3, 8-2. You're not going to get shots now. So not much logic to making the 2 point, actually. You just slot them both. So close-ish, but 8-3, 8-2 wins out. And this, I wouldn't even dare touch that, because the only thing that can happen is I start thinking, oh, well, I could actually seriously consider this play. And then the only thing that can happen when you leave your 21-point anchor is it's a huge blunder. So never even think about leaving the 20 or the 21 point. So Johan's close. If he cubes now, it's not going to be a big mistake. One consequence of not cubing is that he could cube later. It could end up being a pass and Fernando takes, could end up being a take and Fernando passes. But either way, on the Fernando's take pass decision, he's not going to make a huge mistake if that happens. Tony Diamantidis. That name's familiar. Shocking play. That's harsh, Tony. Shocking play by Fernando. His play saves a lot of gammons, and he gives up any chance, not and any chance of winning. Only grandmasters make this kind of play, so I would never have done it. Right on, baby. Yeah, you absolutely. Tony, captain of the Greek team. Even if that's not true, it's true. So he did cube. I got lost track in it. The nice 5-1, just filling the gap. So we'll take a 5-2 as red as there, and I think you have to. Well, that was the whole thing. The 5-2 is that you get to leave 6 shots. Fairly clear, 0.063. That's big enough to. I mean, there's 2 downsides to this. Or are there 2 down? Is there 1 downside? It's just that you have to put the checker on the 1 point with the 2. So it makes it slightly easier to make this slightly scary play of playing 13-8, 13-11. Fernando is ready after his shocking play before. Absolutely shocking. 6-1, just plays 13-7, 9-8. Old school wired headphones. So I think, you can unstack is a tricky one. Do you, what, he just does a little, he lifts them up from it. This looks right, but it doesn't necessarily mean it is. I suppose if he's up in the race, okay, it's really close. 3-2 is going to slot the 1 point and then bring the checker in from the 8 point to the 6 point. So Fernando's still trying to redress the blunder there. Otherwise, he'd be playing like, I think, okay, so he made another. So he made 3 mistakes. One of them was a blunder. 2 were like maybe 50 errors. But why is it 0.413? Anyway, it's going to come off with 6-5. That's for sure. So I'm going to call it here. Not call it, but it just strikes me. It's going to be difficult for Fernando to win this match. I think if the levels of play are demonstrative of these levels of play, of the general level of play, it seems like Johan, even if his level of play gets a lot worse, and not just saying that because I can see 0.45, 5.57, it's just Fernando seems to be struggling a little bit at the moment. He might pick it up, might get into a bit more of a flow. I mean, he won't end up on 5.5, but he'll end up on 3.6 or 3.4. Be unlikely that Johan will. And that will, if it ends up going to a tie over the 2 matches, it will end up being decided by average PR. And this average PR is going to be informed, obviously, by this match, as well as the other 3. So Johan looking good for a 2-0 lead. 6-5 is really helpful. So there could be, what do you do? Tricky one. I'd like to have a checker on the 4 points, so maybe I'll just settle. You don't really want 2 checkers on the ace. I guess you want more like of the mountain thingy going on. But Fernando's got every chance. 3-2 is really not going to help really bad. Maybe he's got like 18, 20%. Not after the 6-3, a lot less. 6-5, really good. Close-ish. I just keep changing my mind, but not anymore. 6-5, yeah. I mean, when white equals you and the number of rolls to go is getting lower and lower, of course, it makes him a huge favourite. It's much better for him, is what I'm trying to say. 2-2 just takes 2 off and then plays 6-2 or 6-4, 5-3. Not sure. That's probably better. So Fernando's down to like, God knows, 2%. It's hard to actually say can take 1 off. It looks like it's like more than double. No, it's a 6 away. Is it a 6 away? 5 doesn't work. So it's 6 away. Chance of rolling 6 are 1 in 36. Then you can do the maths. 3-2 gets to take 2 off. 2-1 ironically takes 2 checkers off. Okay, so I mean, he couldn't have done much better unless he was going to roll double 6. He still gets to a position where he has a double 6. Okay, that's not going to give him the double 6. And so, why was it? Oh, right, Tony. Johan is 2-0, was 2-0 up. Somehow I forgot that. So 4-0 up, and the PR difference is about 4.2. So can Fernando find something? He needs to find something in. I would say he needs to find something in PR. Just play perfectly, so that we get back to, with our average PR, we're gonna get to redress that deficit. 5-3, a little bit tricky, but probably hitting is close. Thank you, Pete. Maggie is the captain of the... It's Simon. Maggie is the captain of the Greek Women's team. I'm third violin on the national team. Five three, I would probably just hit, but I can see why. Oh, he's picking that checker up. I can see why it isn't a hit. So that's definitely a hit. All the conditions are there for hitting on the 5 point. So PR coming down nicely. 3-6 is I might go for 20 just in out with that same checker because I want to keep the checker on the 21 the advanced checker. Okay, and then I did think about that, but this leaves 2 blots. This is just blunder. Okay, Johan's first blunder. I guess I didn't think it would be a blunder, but we're close. Okay, I'm behind the curve here. 7 away, 3 away. Yeah, good cube. He's never passing. Okay, but that's like you're unsure. You make a play, you get cued. Maybe you could pass. Maybe you feel the pressure. Maybe you correctly take, and then the next game it's kind of somehow has a residue. Looking at Johan, he's like, feels like he missed something there. He kind of played it a bit too quickly. Maybe playing that and trying not to get cubed could have been the thing that was going on. I mean, not that we play practicalities in UBC, but sometimes you end up going into that mode where it's as if you're playing a competitive match. It's possible, looking like he's really thinking about passing, but I've seen, these thinking before and just, this could be a little bit of a Hollywood and just giving some sort of passing signals, but always knowing that he's going to take. So just looking at the position, I mean, Black's still on the bar. He needs to cover the guy on the 5 point. I mean, looking at his numbers, 2-1-5-1 are going to be amazing. 5 is amazing. So what about a number that just covers and doesn't hit, like 4-1? Yeah, pretty good. And then if he rolls 2-6, 1-6, 3-6, 4-6, then he's done nothing about the blot on the 5 point. So he's getting the thing out. I don't think this means he's going to pass. I don't think, or maybe it means he has passed in his mind and he's just going to hit the clock.
You can ask her.
It's weird because, players play so well. I can't hear what they're saying, but I think you guys can. Someone can play like an amazing match and Johan's PR can still be super, super low, but still there's some sense to saying, well, he's not a perfect BG player if he passes that. I don't know, something he didn't like, something went on there. I don't know what, and he's doing some talking, which kind of suggests that I'm psychoanalyzing a bit too much here, but it suggests that there's some sort of instability. People tend to not, when they're focused, they're not really saying much. There are a few people that can talk and maximum focus, I guess, but I think that's difficult. So the three coming down because Johan's just played a massive double four and is winning the race. So you don't really want to split into that formation. So this is what happened. The PRs are now close. 4-2 is going to have to leave the blocks and make the 4 point. Not a terrible trade-off. We don't like the spare on the 5 point. We prefer it on the 6 point, actually. So he's going to split. That's fine. He's got a better board. Oh. I would have split. 6-3 just makes the bar. So it's a blunder, maybe. Sorry, he can hit. I didn't see that. Of course I would hit. So Johan's going off the boil a little bit. I don't know why. That comes in and hits. There's every chance he can kind of get the focus back. Can he get the focus back? Fernando takes over in PR. Fernando's in a better position. Probably not cubable against the rack, but oh, okay. And Fernando's good at these cubes. The good news for Johan is he's definitely not passing this, so it's an easy cube decision. It doesn't mean for it by any reason that you think, oh, I'll just cube later. You want to get your 0.04 points of equity, your pound of equity. So going through like Fernando's, he looks like he's going to double. No, I thought he was going to pick it up then, but just his gestures, these were the same ones that he had before he doubled the other one. Okay, he's not doubling. Okay, maybe he's reconsidering. It gets slightly bigger on a higher analysis level. So hardly winning any more games than our opponent, but winning 20% Gs. It doesn't matter that our opponent's also winning gammons because the gammons don't count for them nearly as much as they count for us. So we're getting a much better risk reward profile than our opponent. So therefore we can increase the stakes. So he did double. And he's good at that. Oh no, I thought he was making 3 point. He's on the bar. That's no good. So Johan rolls 5-4. He could just play 13-9, 10-5. Don't think I would be. I'm not sure. Is it me or him going off the boil? I mean, could definitely be this. But let's regroup. Yeah, it is. It's a hard play. And he saw it. He felt it first. So the 5 is easy. Just got to make the 8 point. There's sense to that because but okay, the 8 point is, anything else would be a massive blunder. But why, if you're staying and you're in some sort of danger? So 5-4 is pretty much forced. If Fernando rolls a 2, it's kind of game over because that will leave Johan needing multiple 6s, but the fan is huge. So we need a 6 and we can point, but we can also escape with a 6. I suppose you're just going to do that. He plays it quickly. I guess there was nothing else. Wow. Oh my God. 3-3. His PR was up to 4.98. You never know what's going to happen all the way from 0.4 to this. I think you just have to, you're not going to slot the bar. You don't need to. You could do that. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Because now 6-6 isn't the winner. I don't know. I wouldn't have done that, but I trust it. I trust it somehow the way he moved it. 5-4. And this is looking exceptionally promising. 5-1 just makes a 3 point. Boom. And Johan is in that position where he's desperate for 6s. Yeah, he has to clear the 6. I don't think there's any future in coming up off the 23 and leaving another blot. He's desperate not to get gammoned. 6-4, you can think about coming off with both. Otherwise, you're going to have to put a checker quite far forward. Well, I'm not sure about this. I would do this, I think. As soon as Fernando picks up the checkers. Okay, it's close. Okay, just pause the clock. This looks weird, looks wrong, but computer likes it. Okay, that's a force play. So sixes and ones just to put him back in his box. Fernando leading the PR massively, so he's just going to leave that check probably. I mean, you want to win a gammon, but it's still close-ish. See how bad it is to be hitting backgammon, even when you're trailing. I would have played 13-11. I would have taken a little bit of risk. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult now to bring the game home as well, because now sixes and fives, of course, are going to escape for white. So we're happy to do that. Now we do have to play 13-11. You can't play anything else. It's funny how not even does he pause, but he actually looks at it. It's as if to, oh, hold on. Did PR go up? I don't know. Maybe that was the last place. The six comes out, I think. I would have come out, but I think the computer liked it. So come out with both. So that's what he was thinking of, the double one. So I wouldn't leave both, but actually, computer doesn't mind. Computer plays 22, 16, 7, 4, leaving the double one. Okay, none of these plays are going to make much of a difference because a lot needs to happen before you get hurt. So finally he makes the 6 prime. I just read there are 6 intervening comments. So thank you. After the thank you, Pete, Mate chimes in. We're happy you like the stream. Please go to Galaxy Shop and buy everything. Well, yeah, he could buy everything. He's got a couple of. Eric, great stream today. Simon's commentary is fab. And Miranda's on transcription. Thanks, Marin. So he does hit, but he's not looking to. I don't know what this is the mystery of Johan. I mean, he's an unfathomable. I don't know him at all, but I just don't know why he seemed like slightly discombobulated at that stage, and he seems it now as well. Just going to pick that up and then just play 18-15. I don't think you want to leave too many blots. Could end up saving the gammon, which is big. So he immediately comes on the 5, I suppose, but you could just play bar 22, 6-1. Yeah, it's unnatural to play 6-3, but you can't come out and relinquish contact as well as make that your checker more vulnerable. So that makes sense. Good play. What does Johan want? I'm going to continue serving Tony. So it makes the 11 point. Johan's got great chances of similar ages, probably. 1, 2, 3, 4. And suddenly, from nowhere, like from absolutely nowhere, Fernando's got a big race. What I didn't realize is that Johan was doing quite well in the race before that double 4. Because you can see that after his double 4, he's winning the race. He must be, even though he's still got a checker on the 12 point. I mean, now just looking at it again, it looks like Fernando's favorite, even though he's got lots more checkers high up in the board. So he's taken 3 off, but it must be close. But Fernando's it's like wow, okay, Riku, this is just a pass, whatever. Unless he rolls double 6, he's considering double 6, double 5, double 4 was just a huge pass. And now how quick? Oh, okay, no, if he's holding the cube, he's not. Boo! I just I got the scores the wrong way around. Okay. No decision for the double six. But anyway, yeah, what I was saying, Fernando got his PR back. He got it back. He was languishing. He was like, what was he, 6? He got it back to 315. Johan, the match is going to need to go on. It could possibly, because it's still 3 away, 4 away, or 4 away, 3 away. So it's still possible that they could flip flop. This is the second, I would say, or equal second most active score in backgammon from the trailer's point of view. Hard to know what you do here as the leader. So already you can see that if you saw the figures already, Johan was minus 0.3, so it's close to a cube, 4-2. At this score, you probably just want to make the 4 point. Okay, but you cannot fault 24-18 because 24-18, that's massive. Just make the 20 and that nullifies everything for Fernando. And it also means, you know what it means? It means Johan's not going to make a cube blunder because if Fernando cubes, it's going to be a pretty easy decision having the 20-point anchor. It also means that Johan's going to get decisions because he's not going to get closed out with a 20-point anchor. So it's not just that he makes the right play, it has other ramifications. 3-2. Okay, happy to make the 10-point. And then that makes the 4. So in a non-gammonish position like this, 4 away, 3 away, you're not that incentivized to cube, really. Problem is, if you cube and your opponent wins, he gets to Crawford. And he still has some cube activity. Even though if he recubes to field 4, it puts him 1 over, and he wins the match, it puts him 1 over the finishing line, which isn't great. Just play 6-4, keeping a spare on the 8-point at the cost of putting a spare on the 4-point. That's obviously just going to play 18-8. Can't see how he would ever not be sufficiently ahead in the red. Okay. Amanda's too quick. Miranda. But it is running. Simon would, yeah, that's true. I'm not going to beg, but yeah, if anyone wants to get in touch, I'm on Messenger. I can send you all the credentials. So 1882 is right. I don't know about the first comment. I want we all to go to Monaco and play the BG. Obviously, I'm indifferent, really. I'm not really that bothered whether you all go. So this is already a small cube, and we've seen how good Fernando is with cubing. You know, he could be like the best cuber in the world. That could be his like strong point. Dear Vera, should also understand that he's doing this voluntarily for you, especially some decisions, and we can stay alive and healthy. Yes, please, someone. So if you press that little dollar button, then super chat, and then you can give Mate some money. He finds the cube. He gets every single marginal cube. He's the marginal cube master. Tim is the best cuber in the world. Fernando is the second best cuber in the world. Tony is the 543rd best cuber in the world. Six one. This is how you con people out of money. You get them excited and riled up, and then they're like, "Yeah, I'm going to give you £1.50." Actually, £1.50 would be very gratefully received. Gas says Kazuki is the best hero in the world. Does that knock Tony down from 534th? I mean, there are lots of backgammon players in the world. I wouldn't take that as an insult. 6-2, okay. So we've seen this position billions of times. You could probably play 8-4. but you make it that 6-1 has to play 13-6, which you might not want to do, but there's a value to playing 8-4. You get a checker in. I probably, if I was being judicious, just play 6-2. Don't want to be too bold. Okay, 8-4. In fact, 6-3, 2-1 is better. PRs are getting closer and closer. So yeah, I don't think there's any question that you should just make the 6 prime because shots can be coming. Okay, fine. I think as just a matter of principle, I would make 9-7-8-4, 9-5-8-6 very close. Double full massive, playing 8-4-6-2. Okay, I was just thinking you could think about coming off with both. Okay, and then he moves it, but actually computer shows that it's wrong. Too far down and not much danger to staying. Looks like he's going to do it. No, okay, good. And if you go, there's probably a better version of it. Or not. Slightly. 4-3 gets to play much better after Johan goes from the 20 point. So just going to bring the checker into the 5 point. He's still got a race, but, you know, it was not necessary to... There was very little risk to his race by staying on the 20 point compared to the gain that he gained in shot equity by staying. But we can see he's still got maybe 18%, something like that. Maybe more, hard to judge. I mean, 4-1 wasn't a good number. So Fernando down to 327, Johan on 387. You've got 9 versus what? 10? 11? Oh my God, it's much closer than I thought. Yeah. Well, you don't mind. I mean, of course, it's not a good number, but you don't mind the one that fills a nice gap. You kind of mind the one here. It doesn't do anything constructive. You could either play 6-5 or 2-1. I'm not sure. I play 6-5. It's normal. Hi, Andreas. Is Marcus still alive? I think was he 4-0 down? So he might not be. Yeah, we might know that already. I could go to the website. We might already have the result from the third match. So if he lost the third match, doesn't matter if he wins the PR, then I think he will be out, which is a shame. I mean, so many good players in, so many very good players. 3-1. So you take obviously 3 off first and then think about the one, which is obviously going to be 4-3. And it's like 50, looks like 50-50 or very close. So Johan, it is a small favourite. I was about to say he was like even money being on roll. So the only thing that Fernando really did wrong in this match was very strange 6-4 play. Other than that, he's played exceptionally well. So again, PR is like is some sort of benchmark, but it's not everything. 1-2, 5-1 looks right because it covers the most number of spots in the home board. So then now if you roll a 6-5-3 or 1, you get to take a checker off. Okay, so assuming that he's a big dog now, 6-1 takes 2 checkers off, of course. So he's going to have, what is it, 14 numbers? Reminds me, I think when I played Ollie, I had this position. I had 14 numbers. I think so. I don't know why it reminds me of playing Oliver in the final of the Nordic. But 14 numbers but they've got 7 misses, I think. 1-1-2, 1-3, 1-3, 2. But that takes him off, unless he misplays it, which would be an enormous blunder. So, yeah, there could be a redressing of the deficit here from Johan because we're only 2 away, 3 away. So there could be 3 more games. There could be.
You can answer one question. I'm not making
Yeah, okay.
then it's all.
Okay, I'm going to take a small break.
Okay, Fernando. 4-5.
4-5. Are we okay?
We are okay.
Let's go.
Vamos.
Vamos. You.
Okay, back to it. So 2-1, I would definitely favor slotting. But he would have been hit. And here, usually I think you play 6-2. You probably still do, even at this score, where you're trying not to get hit. Okay. Was that cocked? Oh, that was his roll. Okay, so Fernando's delighted to make the 21 point when he's leading 2 away, 3 away, but he gets hit. He's moving under 3. So not a terrible roll. Gets to hit the guy off the 5 point. At not much risk. Of course, Johan's got no board yet. But he makes the anchor, I think, over playing 13-11 with the 2. So we take something like 6-2 as black. Okay, I wouldn't think about this for too long. Take something like 6-2 for black, just making the 5. There you go. All you need to do is ask for it. Take something like 6-1 for white. Okay, not as good. Maybe you play 11-8, 6-2 because you don't want to get hit. Not an ideal place for the checker on the 2 point, but you've safety to check it and you've still got a nice 4-4 configuration on the 8 and 6 points. Double 1, defo coming up with 2, and then just coming up with the other one playing 6-5. No, not the case. Close either way. Gaz has been called to task by Mislav for making spurious cubing claims. 4-3. I suppose you're just going to run it out. Looks like the race is in your favour, actually. So Fernando's playing phenomenally well over the course of this match. So Priya probably not thinking about leaving a checker on the 7 point. Just don't really want to get hit when you're 3 away. When you're well, actually he's 3 away. He's the 3 1, but still you don't want to get hit when the guy's got the 5 point. Looks like you're going to make the 3 point. Good use of the checkers. The only downside is that you keep the spare on the 5 point rather than the 6 point, which is where you prefer it. But actually, he's right. He's got it absolutely. There's something a bit, but 13-5 is not best because you don't get to slot the point either. Double 2. What can you do? You can't leave shots. You can cover, but then where's the other one? So it looks like you're just going to do that and then play 4-2. So PRs again are close. And they're going to matter. Yeah, you. So would he have had a checker on 3? Which checker would have been on 3 points? So now you have to decide: are you going to slot the 3, which you want to do, or are you going to just put it on the 8 point? And the equities are close, but it might change the course of the match. Might not. Are we going to get into a hitting contest? Probably. So you want to have the board. You want to make the board, but obviously you can't fault that play. 3-1, happy to make the 4 point. I don't like this, but it doesn't mean anything. Okay, it was bad. I mean, is there a slight bit of old school creeping in Johan's play? This is like a little bit old school in the sense that it doesn't put the checkers in the places that you really want them to be, because what you want is to make the 4 point, because there are going to be exchanges of hits, or not definitely, but there are likely to be. So you want to strengthen your board. Interesting that 5-1 was just the only play there. I didn't get a chance to see it. Is this the only thing he can do? I mean, I don't guess so. Well, Miranda just, because she knows the play, so she puts it in. Boom. We're not going to have problems with this play, and then you're just going to play 13-9. And now it's going to be like too good, not good enough. I think at 2 away, 3 away, you're not going to want to cube this because it's like gammonish and not that many single game wins. There we go, 67.3. It's a classic. We're way away from the I keep finding it difficult to find the word, the +1 -1 borderline. So it comes out. So this is exactly the type of thing that you don't want to double at this score. Killing your own gammons on a 1 cube. So fine, he doesn't think about it. Assume you have to play safe. I think this is just a look, but not like a serious contender. No. Okay, even when he does that, I don't think he's going to do this. This is insane. That's a bit strong. I just think that 13 knight 6-3, there's no other play. Just trying to win the game a bit too much. I think this shows a little bit of indiscretion in terms of knowing the impact of the score here. I mean, you don't want to just be giving anything. And even this wouldn't be ridiculous to cue, but there are no guarantees here. Having said that, it wouldn't be ridiculous to cue, but I don't understand why he's thinking about it. Because I think take point's very high, even in a non-gammonish situation, but you just get that checker safe. Let's say you put roll 6-4, you don't have any market losers then. And double 6 wasn't going to be a market loser because it did this. So with 4 checkers on the 11 point, tricky to analyze. Like, can this be a cube? Well, computer thinks so. Take point very high. So take point, I think my God, I should know this from my book. I think the live cube take point's 26. Ms. Level, chime in a second, in a millisecond. So that's a very high live cube take point. So he's got 4% above that, so he has to take. But I think when you know that 3 away, 2 away in a non-gammonish position, Guy doesn't want to take. Guy does not want to take. You can cube this quite easily. So you can roll. What can you roll? Double 4, double 5. Obviously the best. You can roll double 3. And you can roll double 4. So those 4 numbers are like winners. And then if you don't roll them, you're not going to be losing. So this is weird because for money, this wouldn't be a double. We never think about doubling this. There's no market loss, not enough. The 4, 4, 3, 3, 5, 5, 2, 2 don't make it enough to double. 3, 2, yeah, I guess he has to start bringing them in. But of course, as soon as you bring them in, you precipitate the jeopardy. Now he's got 3 on the 11. Once he has 2 on the 11, then 6, 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4 will blot. So something tells me you do this. You don't need desperately to bring it in so that you precipitate the bad 6s. So it will be 6, 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4. Once he gets down to 2 checkers on the 11 point, but also now 6, if he leaves, which he should do, you can see that 6, 5 becomes playable, but also 6, 4 would be, no, 6, 4 wouldn't. So there's the market loss kind of idea coming in. So once he gets that double 2, winning chances go up massively. But okay, if Miranda can put in the double 2, should be higher than 65%. But maybe not that much higher, maybe about 70. So he comes off. The PLs are close again. Because Jan's just been making a series of nice, strong decisions. So he's not going to go. Methodical. I mean, it's no surprise. Like most players in this, when you play in the UBC, there are 1 or 2 who are just not that methodical, but almost everyone, they squeeze down their PR just by thinking a lot about it. And that should claim the game and take it to 1-away, 2-away Crawford. So that gives Johan a chance of chasing down this PR deficit, which isn't that big. I think if I was playing UBC today, I'd play about a 2.2. I feel I'm playing in that kind of range, very strong. Not trying to brag or anything, just factual. 6. Oh my God! Hold on. So this is this. If he gets another, well, he needs 5, doesn't he? Really, 4. Is 4 good enough for it to take the PR and the match? Almost certainly. I don't think higher analysis levels, but he's only going to get 5. 5 for 2 points and above. 6 as well. So okay. So that tremendous swing on that 6, because what could have, which is what now is hangs in the balance. So, or let's say we could say Johan at 2 points, he's probably worth about, I don't know, 1.2. That 6 and winning the game there would have taken him to -2, a swing of -3.2 points. Anyway, so this is the third quarterfinal. Johan's winning 3-0. I forgot about that. So Fernando needs to win. He actually needs to win. Am I going mad? This is the whole point. He needs to win match and PR. Let me just check that. Mate will know. Marta? Yeah, he's 3-0 down. He could even be 4-0 down. But if he's 3-0 down, he doesn't need to win match and PR. So that's nonsense. But if he's 4-0 down, he definitely does. And that was a big... so he's going to hit, of course. Right, okay. So he doesn't need to move much PR. It'd be good enough just to stop Johan winning both points. And there's good chances of doing so because the PR difference is still like 0.3 or 0.4 as when I last looked. So thanks, Marin. 6-5 is just going to hit. Well, it's actually bigger. It's 0.5. So maybe there's some sense that Fernando would take just losing the match just to make sure he doesn't lose the match now, just to make sure he doesn't lose the match and lose the PR. Because if he loses the match now, he could press a button and lose the match. He would just get that point that keeps him in the hunt for going forward to the semi-finals. Of course, he's not going to do that. 6 fan. And then there are some little reaction there from 6-4 doesn't monopolize. Do you just go for the 4 point? Yeah, you do. Your gammon go. So with 3-1, Johan is winning 3-1. He needs 2 points. Please correct me if I'm getting it all wrong. Tim and Ollie are 2-2. Thomas is up 3-1 against Tanner, and we know that Seb has beaten the great Lion Marcus Reinhardt. 1-4's just going to come in on the 20. So he's got a little bit of a chance. I thought he was moving a checker on the 6 point, which he shouldn't do. He should probably just play 2015 twice. It does give up the 20-point anchor, but I don't see any other reasonable configuration of the checkers. Okay, computer doesn't like it. So PR disparity goes up even further. There's another 18-7. We've had, I think, maybe it wasn't in this match. I can't remember. No, maybe it was. 6-2 hits. Big. Could be his way to victory, Could be a way to winning 1 point. Probably not 2. 2 has to be 6-4 because I don't think you're going to leave a double shot and play 13-11, and that would strip the mid anyway. But just as it goes, 2.6 is a nice, juicy PR that even I would be content with for a single match. 6-4. You see, the reason why you might not be that content with the 2.6 is because you know you're going to have to add in a 4.6 somewhere down the line. So you've got to try and balance that out with a 1.8. But an average 2.6 is certainly acceptable. Double one, he can switch and get the guy off very close, get the guy off the 2 point. Off the 1 point. 6-2 is just going to slot the 5. Thematic. 5-1 has to leave a shot. So you could play 6-1, 2-1. Not saying I would. That's just a left field kind of observation. Third play. So 15-9. This is second. Why is it better to play 15-9? Just because, okay, he looks at that as well. Just because I think if you're ahead in the race, you want to try and clear from the rear. Probably duplicates the 4s in some sense. The 4 that needs to come up to the 20 and the 4 that needs to hit. It's not a massive duplication. Yeah, somehow I don't love this because of this. Hit and cover. Now, massive swing. Could be going 3. If it's 3-1, could be going 3 all. PR point probably in the bag. I mean, you're not going to make huge mistakes. These are tricky, though. I mean, your first thought maybe is 13-5, but you want to come out as well. You want to get that checker moving. Maybe you just play 24-18. Yeah, I don't know. Computers might. Oh, that's a huge 6. So if you play 24-18 here, you'd be shooting with 4s, and I would have. So he's going to come out now. I mean, he made the right play, but he lost all chances of a gammon. That 3-6 was enormous. I'm trying to think which play does he want to make versus which play does he think he better kind of end up making. The play I wanted to make there was 24-18, undoubtedly. Whether or not there's any reason for really not doing so, the reasons would be contact. But what are you going to do next? If you roll a 6 now, where do you want to move it from? Probably not the 20 point. Don't know. Lots of itty-bitty decisions here. On 4-ply, computer thinks 8-3 is best. 6-5 hits. Bingo. Oh, my God. That is an enormous swing. Okay, and now all we need is 3-2 or 6. He gets double 6. Okay, so easy to play. And it's 4, so he doesn't get a decision, but he doesn't need it because Johan is not going to be getting decisions. Oh, he is. He'll get one for this, but he hopefully won't get it wrong. So any 5-4-1 or 7. So Johan really needs a 1 just for the decisions as well. Okay, no, he can't do that. I mean, it's not that bad. But no 1. No cover. Weird how this happens. 1. I don't see how Johan wins from it. 1 yet, 1 coming. You're just going to have to play 15-13 and suck it up. No. Get gammon anyway, so computer thinks just go for it. I mean, what can happen here? What can happen? Oh, 5-5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, nothing can happen. You just obviously you're going to hit. You breathe a sigh of relief because there's so many numbers that are difficult to play, and then further on, you might end up ballsing it up. Okay, that's at least it's only a single shot. But if you get missed, you might leave more shots. Okay, so he's looking for 5-4, something like that. That's another shot. Can't leave 2 blots. He Doesn't get it, but could be a double shot. There it is. Just for the decisions he needs to hit, but the PR disparity is growing and growing. No hit. It's not Jin. It is now. So it's 3-all.
Thank you.
That's how you come back. That is how you come back.
Now do we get to know something?
I think Fernando knew he played well there at the end.
Well played.
I think he knew he played well. Easy for me to say. Okay, see you in a bit. Hi everyone. back for the deciders. So there is 3-3. It's confirmed on the website. PRs are there. Can't remember what they are. Johan's sitting waiting. So Fernando will join really soon. If it's a split between PR and match, then obviously it goes to average PR. And I think Johan is winning that. But I'm not sure. Actually, maybe not. It's close. I will ask Mate to send me the PR. Maybe he's got the profile, the XG profile, so he can send me the PRs after the third match. So I'm going to assume that the average PR is close. So any small discrepancy in PR with a split point, with the split points, could be critical.
Okej. Ja, det är det säkert. Men Konrad har ju redan pratat med Bosse.
Hi Ingrid. Yeah, no, I know it's 3-3, but the what we don't know is what the average PRs are. So if the result in this following match is a win for one player and a PR win for the other player, then the finishing score will be 4-4, and then the factor that decides the one who goes through is the average PR. And I think the average PR is close. In the other matches, I think Tim's leading Oliver 3-2 with a PR point to be decided.
Okay, when are we supposed to start now?
If Fernando played 2x for all 3 matches, then he's leading the PR. But maybe still not by very much, because I think Johan played 1.6 in the first match.
Sorry.
My only advantage is that I'm taller and I can see the dice that are
So we are 3-3.
I'm not sure that
Very good, very good. Yours is blinking 0 here. I think you're out of time.
You won.
You want it?
Finished, no?
I didn't hear anyway. I would found it.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Let's go for the last
Good
one.
game.
Okay.
They're off Johan splits down with a 6-2. We like it. I don't mind rolling that roll at all, actually. 6-2 splitting down. So 4-2 has to hit. Not terribly good because it gives the possibility of being hit back on the 7-point, which is exactly what Johan does. So takes the advantage immediately. Fernando finding himself with 3 men back, coming in and probably hitting. You know, if you make the anchor, then yeah, okay, so he just hits. So that's enough talk about that 2-3. 3-2 is just going to hit back, straight back. So now Fernando's got 4 men back, which is not good. Let's put it that way. Going to hit again. So any 2 apart from 6-2 is going to hit back. Plus 4-3-1-6. That doesn't hit back, but it makes the anchor. Favor coming down, or maybe 6-2. 6-2 is better. So lots of numbers hitting. I think he probably hit, and then I'm not sure about the 5. So all the top players are hitting. So I can understand why he looks at the non-hitting play first, just to maybe dismiss it, knowing in his mind he's not going to make it. So Fernando must be leading. Yes, okay, thanks. But it depends on how long the matches were. But I'm assuming he's leading. Unless the first match in which Johan played 1.66 was particularly long, in which case the decision waiting will be greater. So he's got to hit. No. Straight out of Dirk's book. So you can't let your opponent just get away with consolidating. Even if making the 18 is okay, you can hit and send a checker back, and you're not really in a bad position if you do that. So I don't like this. This is like one of Fernando's few mistakes. This is like just a conceptual error he didn't understand. So he could play 39-11-8, but he's obviously going to just make the 5-point. And now Black is just further behind than he needed to be. 4-3 probably can't hit now. Probably just has to. He could just play 22-18, 7-4, which is better. So even though you can make the 3-point, when you do that, you leave the checker on the 22 byte quite vulnerable. So I do like, and I think I would not do that. I would play 22-18, 7-4. He makes the 3-point. Looks like you're just going to come off like that, yeah. Being so far up in the race. So Fernando can just hit. No, okay. But actually making the anchor is slightly wrong. So by making the anchor, you prime yourself a little bit where it's not that necessary to defend yourself from attack. Although having said that, why would he have then not given up making the 3-point for trying to safety the checker on the 22 if the checker on the 22 wasn't that vulnerable? Who knows? But that gets the checker safe. And of course, it's going right to the 13-point. And then all we're doing is homing in on a cube. If we're playing white checkers, the white checkers, that will double slot. I think the priority is not to just think about the shots now, but to try and look long term. So you want to make the best possible board as quickly as possible. And that achieves that objective, I would say, respectfully. Of course, respectfully, always being respectful. 6-2, just leaving no shots. I don't like playing 13-10-6-5, but I can understand. So hopefully Fernando gets to make a point. He does. He plays 6-5, and then the 5 is pretty much forced because you're not going to play 8-3, burying a checker on the 3-point. So the 5 isn't good. And now Johan just needs to redistribute nicely, and that's perfect. So he's not going to give up by a month. No, he's not going to do that. He's going to make the 4. It would need some extreme level of thinking to pass up making the 4 point there. And are we close to doubling? I don't see immediately what the market losers are for white are, but I don't know. He's way ahead. So is double 5 a market loser? When you've got the 11 point, double 3 is also good. I don't feel like I'm going to be cubing here. Johan is not either. Double 2 just makes the 9 and plays, I think, 13-9. That helps you because it gets closer, but it's a point that you make a point that you don't really want to have to clear, making the 9 point. So I think I'll just play 13-9. If I'm going to make the 9 point, just play 13-9. Okay, small mistake. Don't know what was right. 11-9 is going to be the 2. Just give yourself a 6 to cover. Is this a double? Is this close to a double? So that was a fairly big mistake by Johan. What's the market loser? Like double 5 for sure. 5-2 possibly. Okay, very small double. Gogoli's put it in as a pass as well. He assumes he's going to pass. I don't think he is. He takes, sees immediately has to clear the 9 point. So this is what happens. You don't always get to clear the point you want, but that doesn't mean it's not a double. Okay, I don't think you're going to volunteer shots here. And from the way when I look at my games, and the tendency to show how well I'm playing is I tend to want to pay now when I'm not playing very well, and I can explain that, but I won't try and do that now. So the fact that that he was looking at paying now was slightly concerning, but he didn't do it. 5-3, obviously, perfect. Get to clear point. So now the only thing you have to do is clear the 13 point, but you've got other spares you can play. So double 5 is pretty much forced. I don't think you can play 6-1 twice. Okay, you can. Beyond focus on at the moment 2.431. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so it's not close, not really close enough to. That I'm gonna say Johan probably needs to win both, doesn't he? Are we agreeing on that? Wait, what? Not the actual average, but you want the XG average. That's what. Suppose he needs to win both, which is obviously unlikely. Double 2 just brings them in, both in. Immediately bring the other guy in. I don't know why you're not going to keep that checker out, but small differences. I mean, move order doesn't really make that much difference as long as you make the right one. Okay, so that plays 8-6 with the other 2. So very little to do before Johan can win the game. 4-2 is going to have to come off the anchor. No. Okay, I never see these plays at all. (22-16) is like down in 7, but it's not a big mistake. So by staying on the anchor, you also you avoid stuff like this. I guess that's why you do it. But difficult to win, much more difficult to win the race, I think, when you stay on the anchor. 6-4 come out with probably with 1, yeah. Oh. 2-1 just clears the 6. I suppose Fernando just wants something that fills a gap like a 5-2. Okay, just brings it all the way in. It's funny how people are like, I don't want to bring it in. Okay, maybe he's right, but favor just bringing stuff in. How long is he going to want to stay there? So let's say he rolls a 6-4. He's going to have to break a 5-point board down to a 4-point board. So it was a mistake. He cost himself in the race. So when something like this happens, he hasn't brought the checker in. Don't like those saving plays. Just bring it in. Bring it in. Okay, so probably playing safe. Okay, the last one probably goes to the 2 point, but must be a very small difference. So this PR difference now is probably not going to be enough if the points are split in this match. And of course, when Fernando rolls something that tends towards him winning the game, that's terrible, terrible news for Johan, because he's relying on either winning both points or making up the PR disparity. But Johan should win this game here from looking. Be very difficult for Black to win this game. Very difficult? Not that difficult. 2-1 doesn't help though. So he's down to 16% or so. Now he's a huge favourite. Or a favourite. Don't know how big. Okay, gets 2 checkers off. Well, not a good roll. So with this, there's never going to be a redouble when you can just roll a 1. Just taking a micro moment just to make sure. But now it is going to be a redouble, assuming no double 3 and above. Classic position. So the cube is pretty much dead. This is not certainly by far an automatic take because he gets no recube in. So he basically only got like 10 in 36. Fernando only misses with everyone but double 1, but it is a take just about. Okay, so good feel there. So when the cube is dead, you have to have much higher winning chances because you don't get any extra game wins from being able to turn the cube, nor do you get any extra points from being able to turn the cube. But anyway, he took immediately, and it was a take by a fair margin. So good on him. 5-2 splits. So only one game, so things can still happen. Johan's like playing like his under 1 kind of game at the moment. Six-2 looks like it plays 24-16 or something, yeah, along those lines. Yeah, keep the checkers connected. Not quite as tight. 2-1's going to hit. Usually you just play 8-7. Which he does as well. Funny, coming up is best. And you're trailing. I don't really get that. Coming into range. He plays 8-7. Small mistake. 5-6 going to hit. And this is exactly what Johan wants to anchor. Of course, Fernando will just make the 4. Double 1 perfect. 7-5 is the last 2, or not. But it is. I was a little bit quick there. 4-1. You just have to play safe. I know it's a little bit, but you know, he's going to do it, but it's fine. There's nothing else. There's no consideration of doing anything else. 2-1. Oh, juice. Lovely. Okay, so we got cubes. We got cubes coming and passes. Can't take this. Cannot take this. Well, computer confirms it's not too good, but how close to too good is it? Well, if you look, judge by 8-4, 8-2 would be too good, but that is a completely the totally different position to the one you end up with after you make the 2 point. I would be very surprised if he takes it. It's going to be a huge pass. At this score, surely a huge pass. Huge. Huge. Well, it's not. It could be bigger. Well, let's make no mistake, he will pass, but I just thought it could be even bigger than this. So not doubling isn't a huge error either. No, you see, he wasn't doing he just did the semi think about it. He wasn't going into you have to go into the three thinks to have any danger of taking that. So he only got into the first thinking, and it was just hit the clock. That was it. Just finished. Okay, so a little bit of a PR lead for Johan, but I don't think it's going to be enough unless he takes the. It's going to force him to take both point and win and PR. Just make the anchor. I don't know. What do you do here? Well, there's nothing better. And make the 5? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so it doesn't hit, but he gets to play 21-11 and maybe, I don't know, make the ace. Better than having a blotting board, which he's going to do. You can see he's moving the dice away from the checkers he wants to move. Casper, anchor has an H in it, but I agree. No, see, I don't do that. I don't dupe 3s as well. Nice. Now you make the 5. No, you don't. Wow, what a play. I never do that. Oh, he's not going to do it. Oh, boo. It was the best play, at least on 4 play. That's going to hit. He sort of just thinks about, yeah. Okay. Everyone's got their way of it's funny. We've all got little ticks and that prevent us from just making like the obvious move, like just do it. We're worried that we're making an oversight, so we take our time, and that's what I always tell people to do. But you could sometimes overdo that, cost yourself energy. Just trust yourself. Like you see the right play, just do it. As long as you're not in speed mode, 6-1's not going to get it safe, so you just have to make the bar. Oh, sorry. See? I'd have made a 0.3 blunder. I didn't see that you could make the 10 point for some reason. So 5-3, just make the 3. I think making 3 is better than that. But it's marginal. So he's 4-1 up. I don't think he's going to do anything until he's cleared some of those problem points. So he's got lots of points in front. He might have to point here. Yeah. I can understand. I think we hate as good, strong players. We hate giving up. I hope he doesn't play 13-3 though. We hate giving up structure. So when you make the 4 point, he has Johan has an immediate like 2-5. Oh, he does play 13-3, which I really don't like. Okay. Well, that helps the PR, but he's still on 184. It doesn't look like you can leave a shot here. Funnily enough, 10-4-8-3 is the better of the shot leaving plays, the best of. Yeah, that's solid play. Sometimes, well, personally, I find it difficult to hit the clock when we have to make an ugly play like that. But I'm not going to leave shots, that's for sure. And again, he's going to have to make an ugly play here, and he's not going to do anything but stack him up on the 1 point because look at the opponent's board. Something hard about making those plays is that, well, there's a few things. Probably that you make it's an unusual configuration of checkers. You don't do anything about clearing the back points. You've still got jeopardy. You've weakened your board. You can roll double five. Okay. Is it going to be cubing? No, not even close. Next go. Casper's with me. Just make the play. Okay, 8-2. So race lead is there, but probably not enough. And there's so many gaps. So okay. I'm having a brief look. It's a huge blunder to cube. You have to play 8 to. Oh, you don't. You play 8-6 with the 2. You can see that when you see the computer's analysis, you can kind of give yourself a reason playing 8-6. Perhaps that reason is if you play 8-6 and you roll something that doesn't clear the 10, you can then just clear the 8 points. And he makes it really good. Well, maybe it's not that. Maybe it's that you can make the 3 point when you play 8-6 with the 2 because you keep the checker on the 3 point. Like this. You're very happy to hit and cover. In fact, anything else would be like an almost 1 blunder. And now, doesn't look like anything, but it isn't. Okay. So he didn't cube, no surprise. He's the best keeper in the world, so he's not going to do anything. And so what does this leave? 2-3, 5-3, 5-5, 2-6. So it seems like 7 shots. And the other one is just 5-3, 4-3, double 4. That's 5. But lots more blots. Yeah, I mean, I was playing to the 2 point before I saw the. No. This is one more blot and more shots, and you don't get to cover the point that you want your opponent not to come in on. But now cubing, as in when I say cubing, there's got to be some thought of cubing. Okay, it's beyond anything. Almost too good. I have to say though, I can see. Okay, it gets a little bit worse for the cuber, but the first time I look at it, I look at how is my 6 is going to play, but I suppose that the 6 plays from the 10 point. So you don't have to play a 6 into the gap and leave yourself vulnerable to being hit with a 2. And Fernando has shot up to a 4. I don't know why, because the 10-4-8-4 was only 150. Okay, so he cubes, and it wasn't going to be a massive mistake not to, but. So this could be enough for Johan. Remember, it's 3-all with 2 points up for grabs. Fernando just goes on to win the match, and the PR disparity remains similar. It could be enough to raise Fernando's average PR so that it becomes higher than Johan's. 1, 2, 3. Well, this is going to be a cube, probably. It's nasty, but okay, it's a small pass, actually. Very active score, 6 away, 2 away. It's like the third level. Does something interesting with his hands there. Testing. Testing. Okay. Don't know what happened. I hope it wasn't for that long. Hard to see when it doesn't say you've lost audio. It just you've only got the green bar in the mic that comes up. But I was saying about the 6-1 that it wasn't such a poor bargain to get off the 18 point at the cost of about 7 shots, although the 7 shots were punishing. Anyway, he did it. He's definitely a checker. He's just like, okay, I can do that. Should I? He's not going to do it. Yeah, we don't want the 10 point because it's just in line with the 21 point. So it's going to be creating a point that you want to clear. And there's a gap between it and the next point. So he doesn't need much. He's going to take I might clear the 10 point. Yeah. Gosh, he sees that first. Okay, so that doesn't have, when you see that doesn't have as much value because you retain the 10 point and you get value from clearing the 10 point. Then you see that you don't need to leave a shot against a brilliant 4-point board. He's going to do it though. This just leaves too much. It leaves the 4 7s and it leaves 5-4. So nice play. I suppose you just keep contact as white, possibly not really wanting to slot the 2 point because you might get shot. Now. And what can you do? That's good. You're very happy with 5-3. Okay, but the problems are going to be some of the 6s. 6-1 will pick and pass. 6-2 will leave a shot. And 6-5 will leave a shot. Slightly awkward 5-3 because if you want to keep the mid, you have to slot both. Okay, you can just make the 18A. Sometimes a little bit tricky, but really well spotted. I'm not even like now. The 6-2 doesn't leave a shot now anymore. So like, can I do that? I guess you give up that ultimate contact on the 6-2, but you gain an enormous amount by challenging for a long time. You'll be able to keep the timing on challenging the midpoint if you make the 18 point. And this similar thing, you'll be able to keep the 21 point for a long time, but you're not holding the point that you really want to hold. And you're not holding 2 points. You're only coming into contact with the 8 point rather than the 8 point and the midpoint. But there can be such a tendency just to stay back here. Now 6-5 doesn't leave a shot. So of course he has to pick him. No, he doesn't. I just thought it gives him timing to come home, but maybe he doesn't need it so much. So if he doesn't hit, he's just about got enough time to allow white to break some of the points to make it, and he doesn't. That's really good. He doesn't play 6-1. This is a tricky play. Again, you want contact, so surely you want to stay back. Okay, you do. But 21-18, not too terrible. So 6-5 doesn't leave a shot, but I suppose the argument is that 6-5 is not very good because you have to clear the 8, and now you've got a totally stranded. Yeah, I don't know why he. Are you really going to play 13-8? Come on, no. Something in his pocket. So yeah, this is the argument. So you have to do this with 6-5. So even though it doesn't leave a shot, it's bad anyway. Leaving the midpoint so stranded. How are you going to get those checkers safe? God knows. Yeah, and with the 3-2, you don't want to enter low. Absolutely. So yeah, I don't. This is just a style thing, but like I don't know why he's giving himself the struggle. No, it's just giving like and 5-4, so it's leaving 19 shots for nothing, as far as I can see. It's like almost nothing. So for me, this is quite. So he actually was, yeah. Could this cost him? What's the PRs now? Well, not only that, it's like massive difference for the result in the match. So 9-8, yeah, I thought was just going all out for the making the 2-point and or making the 8-point, making the 6 prime. 3-1, no choice, just make the 2. The computer doesn't think he should be gammoned from here, but okay, there. I guess not. There's not too much chance. First of all, he has to leave the shot, and then he has to get that block hit, so he can just come in safely. But I suppose I'm thinking that White can just stay back for a while, or how long can he stay back for? That slots the 2. Oh, it makes it. See, I'm flagging a little bit. Looks like you play 6-2, but I'm not good at these. So you can handle 5-4, 5-3, 4-3. You can handle 4-4, 3-3. That's what you're looking at. But not 5-2. 6-2 you can. 4-2 you can. So the end shot lever here is 5-2 for black. I think 6-5 was a shot lever as well. Don't see why you wouldn't hit. No, that's so old school. Please. Johan, what's the meaning of this? Can't do that. He just wants him to play. He wants to delay. Doesn't want to hit because he thinks if he hits, black's not going to be able to play. But now you give yourself jeopardy for not very much reason whatsoever. Okay, so he gets a shot on the 1. 1's a duplicated. It didn't like that play. Okay, correct a hit, yeah, for sure. One for beautiful. Saving the gammon at least. But this PR difference is enough to get Johan back in the average PR hunt. So even if he doesn't end up gammoning Fernando here and winning the match later on, and he won't gammon him. I mean, it's so unlikely. So theory of Fernando should still be is a 60% favorite to win the match. There might well be Mirin, a new commentator for the semi-final. Just because I have to go out. But no, the gammon doesn't win the match. Okay, so gammon's not gonna. Just takes 4 off, a 3 off. Okay, you can't stay there. Well, I mean, it is a small mistake, because it's not going to make much difference. But conceptually, it makes you're staying with a 3-point board. That's not good. Doesn't make sense. So Yeah. Okay. So nice, tricky, like hard match, I guess. Like some hard stuff that Fernando like struggled with the 6-5. I mean, it's just what happens. You can't play your best game all the time. And there was something else. So he's struggled a bit here, but he played so well in the previous match. And funnily enough, like, didn't feel like Johann's PR is there, 1.8, but it didn't feel like he was playing his top game so far, but he hasn't made any mistakes really, apart from the slightly early cube in the previous game. They're just going to carry on. Okay, fine. Again, we need to focus on the fact that Johann just needs to keep his PR about this, like 2 PR points above Fernando, I think, and that might well be enough if the points are split for him to take the average PR. But of course, he'll take 6-1 hitting. It makes the match probably like almost 50% match equity each way. 3-2, no reason why you wouldn't make the 22. So transcription just needs to catch up. Christian wants to know the standings. 1, 2, 3. So have we lost the right window for the transcription? I would have imagined that Gurgley, who's doing the transcription, would have alerted them. So anyway, not a big deal. So he goes to make the 14. And then we have a 5-1. I don't see why you wouldn't just play 6-5 with a 1. Can Fernando just, well, he's get the check around, and he can certainly start to do so by playing 23-16. But yeah, I can see why maybe you might want to do that. Okay, we're back with the transcription. 23-16 seems fine. Even if they're close, I would imagine that getting this guy round and safe. If you could get a checker to a point, let's say from the 13, where it would be a builder attacking the checker on 23, then I would consider that decision of not running to the 16. Anyway, he did. He's going to switch. The last one is forced, unless you want to do something silly. Puts the checker on the silly point, but what can you do? 360 comes in. And we saw that Johan made a big mistake, I think, in the third match when he hit, but I think he's probably going to have to hit here. Not necessarily. Okay, so amazing catch up. 2-1. The 1 is good because it gets to put him in a spot where he can come out. 40 was Cox, 6-4. Okay, well, I assume he's going to come out. Don't want to give your opponent a very good 3 as opposed to a not so good 3. So he's escaped all the checkers. What does this do? So it looks like it makes the 8 and the 7, maybe relieving the burden of having the 14 point, making a broken 5 prime. Looks good to me. 3-4, 3-6, 5-4. 3-4 coming. Needs like a 4-5 or a 3-6. Take a 3-1. Pony up that checker on the 9 point. Get it safe. He plays the unsafe checker first. Nice style. 6-6 is gonna hit. Pretty good roll. I don't think Fernando was happy when he saw the 6-6. But how do you play it? Do you just I think you need to come out with 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So 1 out from the 22, I think, is mandatory. He's got another one, right? I do think he has to play 1 from the 22. No. I don't like this. So we can see that Johann's hit on the 2 point was right. Okay, let's take it back. Is there any mileage to not hitting? Possibly. So it's 3 down and 1 out. So Fernando's PR's down to 399, but Johan's is 157. That could, again, I keep saying it could be enough for the average PR to strike in Johan's favour if the points go 1-1, which it looks like they will. But the problem is I keep missing the fact that Fernando's now favourite. So he's no. Dirt. That's not so easy for me. I really want to get that checker off the 22. But anyway, the double 6, he decided not to. Double 5 is going to fan. So Johan's got a little bit of a chance. He could just win match and PR. Still want to bring that checker up from the 22 point to the 20 just to try and get it escaped. So that was this on the screen was Fernando's 6-6, which he played correctly. So again, he plays the non-bar checker first, plays 13-7, comes in with a 1. Cube is in the center, which I've completely omitted to think about. But okay, fine. I'm a little bit tired. Seems like you want to make the 3 point, but again, you want to come off the 22 point. Look how close. I mean, 52%, and it wouldn't be a big mistake to have doubled as white before the 5-3, but or is that the 5? Is that not the 5-3? 3-5, he escapes, going to come all the way, only leaving 7s, nothing else. 5-4's missing, probably making the 2 point, and we're close to, even at this score, I mean, we're not winning that many gammons. I would be very hesitant. I'd have a little thinky poos about this. I'm worried and I'm not worried. I'm worried because that checker's not safe, and I'm worried about the gap. But if I just get that checker from the 16 point safe, yeah, maybe the 5 point is going to be a thorn in my side. So I could be tricked into doubling this, leading 2 away, 3 away. Take point is still 25%, but it's a bizarre 25%. Which meaning, what do I mean by that? It means that if you're not close to that 25% threshold, it can be a big mistake not to double. As in, if you're not close to having 74% winning chances. Anyway, he does double. I mean, and now when you get doubled, you're like, oh shit. It's hard. So maybe Wolsey's law does have a future. I don't use it myself. But little look at the camera. I think, yeah, it looks like the double is okay, but it just seems suspicious to pass this. Tiny, open 4 point though. So we haven't got that checker safe, but let's say we get that checker safe. Where are we as black? It's really hard to know. Do we have 22%? Do we have 24%? So making the 3 point with the 5-2 was wrong, and it was a blunder. So his PR's gone up. So there's even more pressure on Johan to get this decision right, because now he really needs to win the game. He takes, and it's a big pass. When I say big, it's a pass. I've struggled with that decision. So we can look at the now. It's easy enough to say it was a pass because you see the computer. But what sort of winning chances does black have here? Can help us understand the position. The third checker back is only going to be kind of relevant for gammons, really. I mean, I know black doesn't win that many gammons, but the fact that white's got a third checker back shouldn't really change the winning chances. Okay, well, it was a take. What was going on? Was it close? What's going on? We saw a -1. I have to say, I don't know what I would have done there. Anyway, he's going to come out with a 6. I'd love to see that decision again. 4-2 is perfect. So this is very, very, very treacherous for Johan. He doesn't want to lose the match because his PR's not low enough. I don't think. If he loses the match, I think he's going to lose and not advance to the semi-finals, and I think Fernando will. So he needs Fernando to give him something. He needs to hit a shot here. 5-3 is pretty much okay for the moment, but Johan's going to be able to keep it. No, he won't. He won't necessarily be able to keep his 6 prime and the anchor. So he's going to stay on the anchor. That could be a good play. It could be not a good play. I'm not really sure. I suppose he has to stay. Not much cost. 6-2 is going to take 2 off, I think. Don't think I want to play 4-2 unless I know I'm going to roll double 6. Just going to look at it. Very tense. Something bizarre happening with the transcription. 5-1 is just going to come off and obviously not going to break the board. 3-1, I think you're going to pick and pass. Just because if he comes in on the 22 point, you haven't lost anything, but you can promote him coming in higher, which increases your winning chances. He doesn't, he comes in on the 3 point. You don't want to see that as black. You hit him and he comes right back in where you hit him from. And that's it. He's going to win the match. And that could be it. I think it is. I think it is. I don't know. Bit of an anticlimax. It's a shame because it was looking close, but I don't think that PR win for Johan is going to be enough. We will see what Mate got anything to say about this? But I'm going to shoot off for a bit. We might well have a new commentator. Any volunteers? That was a really exciting last 2 matches, even in my book. And I'm hard to please, but you could see there was a little bit of tension getting into the players there, and the transcription kind of messed up. And I want to see that cube action because I saw a -1, so maybe it was borderline. Maybe it was completely borderline, but I want to know winning chances there. They must have been close to hovering around that 25.1, whatever it is, 24.9% mark. So I'm going to sign out for the moment, and I don't know when the semi-finals are going to be. I think Merrin said they were scheduled for 5, so not very. So if it were 2.4, 3.1, thank you, Bjorn, then I don't think the 4th match of a 0.7 disparity is going to be enough. It wasn't a particularly long match. It wasn't a short match. So signing off. Don't go away. Bye.
keep the mouse